Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the EU Life Info Days 2026. So this is an event organized online by CINEA, the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. And I have good news for you. In fact, this is the season when sun is shining and trees are blooming and birds are singing, and calls for proposals are now published in the funding and tender portal of the EU. So the first thing I would recommend is all the people who, like you, are interested in calls for proposals for a LIFE program, go to the funding and tender portal and check out the different calls that are now published. Now, this information event is for potential applicants of the LIFE program. And today is maybe the most important day. We started yesterday with the plenary session where we introduced all the different calls for proposals. And we had also other interesting sessions on some of the calls that are published now on the portal. But today we will dive more into the calls for proposals for standard action projects, which are the main projects funded under the LIFE program. We will start this morning immediately with the session on the call for proposal for climate action that includes climate change mitigation and climate change adaptation. We will have also insights from the European Commission, DG Klima, and also examples from experienced climate projects. We will then end the session with a question and answers. So please keep your questions for later. You will see that there is a Slido that will open at the end of the session where you can connect and you can send your questions directly. We will reply with all our speakers. Then after the coffee break, we will have the information session on the call for proposals for circular economy and quality of life projects. That will be also followed by a question and answer session. And then this afternoon, we will start early at 1:30 p.m. with the information session on the call for proposals for the nature and biodiversity projects. There we will also have a session on the policy focus and the main points of attention for the call. We will also have an example. Can I see the slide with the agenda? Okay, and then at the end of this session, we will also have questions and answers through Slido. So you can already connect on Slido. And but please keep your questions for later, because you will certainly get a lot of information, a lot of answers to your questions already during the information sessions. So without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator of the session on climate action call, Bernd Decker, head of sector climate in Klima in CINEA. Thank you, Bernd.
Thank you, Eva, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the session on climate change mitigation and adaptation. I'm Bernd Decker, head of sector of the Climate Action Subprogram at CINEA, and I will moderate this 1.5 session until 10:30 today. As Eva already highlighted or introduced, the purpose of the session is to provide with information on the latest climate policies of the European Commission with the related specific climate action priorities of the call 2026 for this year. The next point will then be to illustrate shortly with concrete live climate action projects. And we will hear from an experienced project coordinator, and he will give some lessons on how, what are the do's and don'ts when preparing a proposal. We will reserve about 30 minutes for your questions and try to answer all of them. The Life Climate Action Subprogram was established in 2014 And until now, the European Commission has co-financed more than 400 live climate change mitigation and adaptation projects. They implemented and still implement local, regional, national, and European climate policies, and implement them with very concrete, innovative, but also best practice activities, actions. The highest policy relevance usually address the latest climate policy developments. And for this, I would like to invite Stefan Hiesinger, Head of Unit of the Directorate General Climate Action, the Unit of Low Carbon Solutions Research, Low Carbon Technology Development, and her colleague Gianmarco Italia to present the current climate action policy context with the related call priorities and the areas of intervention for standard action projects. So, Stephanie, Gianmarco, the floor is yours, and you have 30 minutes to present both the policy context and the priorities.
Thank you, Bernd, and good morning, everyone. So, indeed, I will provide you with a short update on latest policy developments, and my colleague Gianmarco will then go more into the details. Let me just emphasize that from our perspective, of course, these live info days, now that the calls are open, are really an important opportunity for you to ask all the questions. So we will give you an overview, but I would like to encourage you to use the Slido function and ask the question because it is a unique opportunity here, not only to consume the information that we will provide, but also to interact with us. Before I enter into the policy update, I would like to highlight something that I actually listened to this morning on the radio, because while we are not the only organization, of course, working on climate, and today the World Meteorological Organization has published its European State of Climate 2025 report. And it's a report on Europe specifically, and it finds that Europe's global warming or Europe's warming accelerates beyond the global trend. So this is, I think, an important reminder why we are rolling out ambitious climate policies, because not only because we have set ourselves a climate neutrality target by 2050, but because Europe is also more and more and apparently also subject faster to climate change implications than the rest of the world. So this is, I think, really a good wake-up call again for us to continue on our of pursuing ambitious climate policy. Now moving into my presentation, well, I said it already, we have been rolling out ambitious climate policy for a few decades now. And we, of course, align our climate policy with the shifting global priorities. We have seen a decrease in EU emissions by 2.5% in 2024 compared to 2023. Emissions in 2024 were down 37.2% below 1990 levels. And we have set ourselves ambitious goals, climate neutrality by 2050, but also, and I will say more on that in a minute, to reduce emissions by 55% by 2030 already, then going to 90 in 2040. So this is really the frame in which we roll out our different policies. If we move to the next slide, so we have the target for 2030 of reducing emissions by 55%, and that has been subject to political debate in the like 3 years ago. So now the legislation is adopted for a while already, since 2023. But member states, of course, also need to integrate those policies into national policy and laws. That means we have to roll out 42.5% share in renewables and 11.7% improvement in energy efficiency by 2030. Well, the ETS, so the European Emissions Trading System, is an EU-level instrument that already since 2023 works in the adapted way. But there has been the agreement to create a new emissions trading system, the ETS2, which expands the scope of the ETS to buildings and road transport, and created a social climate fund to support, in particular, the vulnerable households. There's, of course, also legislation has been much debated on CO2 emission in cars. So there we look at a 90% tailpipe emission reduction target for all new cars and vans by 2035. And then member states have presented also updated national energy and climate plans and have aligned those plans with the new targets for emission reductions, energy efficiency, and renewable energy. This is for the 2030 framework, but we have been moving further by setting a 2040 climate target. I already mentioned it, of 90%. This has been enshrined in an amendment to the European climate law. We look on the side also of DG Klima and the Commission now at implementing or translating this target into concrete policy measures. This means that we will later this year, for example, come forward with a proposal to revise the EU ETS to then adapt it for the period after 2030 to this new target reality, but then also other proposals will follow. All of this is, of course, if we move to the next slide, inscribed in the Clean Industrial Deal, or it's closely related, if I can say, to the Clean Industrial Deal, because there is a realization that with all the efforts on decarbonization and the stringent carbon price signal, yet the investments that are actually needed to make this target a reality very often still lack a business case. And the Clean Industrial Deal is set to support and to enhance the business case of these decarbonization investments. So we have identified a set of measures such as the creation of lead markets, but also more financing, for example, through an industrial decarbonization bank, which will be created in the context of the ETS review later this year to support as I said, the business case for important decarbonization investments, in particular in industry, because that our figures also very clearly show that in emission reductions have so far been driven mainly by the power sector, while the reductions remain moderate in industry, and the lack of a bankable business case in that sense contributes to that. On the next slide, so when we talk still about rolling out our policies and ETS2, there has been an important development in the sense that ETS2 was supposed to start in 2027, but it has been postponed to 2028. So the system will only start operating a year later. And that then also includes the support that will be available to make those reductions happen. Then on the next slide, very important, also more forward-looking, is of course that we are not only working on mitigation policies such as the EU ETS or other measures, but we are also looking now towards creating an integrated for European climate resilience and risk management, because we know, that there are important climate hazards, and that it is crucially important to increase our resilience to protect people and also prosperity in Europe. And that actually joins the findings, that the warming in Europe has been accelerating beyond the trend. So it is time also to get prepared. So the framework will try to improve the risk management and preparedness at EU level, and it will also aim at identifying risk owners across the policy spheres to ensure robust action and preparedness. This initiative is planned for the fourth quarter of this year. Then on the next slide, I already mentioned on industrial decarbonization that we will come forward with a view of the EU emissions trading system. The proposal is still currently under preparation, so I'm not really able to give you a preview as to what is coming, but the ETS is and remains the most important instrument when it comes to reducing industrial or emissions of energy-intensive industries. Closely related to the ETS review is what I mentioned under the Clean Industrial Deal and how to enhance the business case also through robust financing. And there you may have seen recently the announcements not only of the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, which has been announced in the Clean Industrial Deal already last year, with the aim to provide 100 billion euro in funding for industrial decarbonization projects. But then also the Commission President announced that it will, under the ETS, there will be an investment booster, which will actually be the first phase of the Industrial Decarbonization Bank, where 400 million allowances will be mobilized specifically also to support industrial decarbonization investment and is aiming at prioritizing speed because allowances will be provided on a first in, first served basis. Of course, beyond our climate or policy tools, there's a whole discussion taking place on the next multi-annual financial framework of the EU, where the Commission has proposed to create a European Competitiveness Fund. And that Competitiveness Fund comprises a clean transition window, which has been endowed the Commission proposal with 26 billion euros. And that Competitiveness Fund and the corresponding window will work in synergy with the already existing Innovation Fund. The Innovation Fund is an instrument also fully financed by the EU ETS and is not part of the multi-annual financial framework. It will also stay, at least as per the Commission proposal, it is separate because it is fully related to the EU emissions trading system. But of course, there will be important synergies between the clean transition window of the European Competitiveness Fund and the actions that we finance under the Innovation Fund. And there have also already been quite some important lessons learned from the different initiatives that we have under the Innovation Fund and that have also been taken up in the European Competitiveness Fund proposals, such as, for example, competitive bidding mechanisms that we have been successfully rolling out via the Innovation Fund in the European Hydrogen Bank auction. So I think this gives you a broad overview on the policy context in which we are operating. Of course, I'm happy to take any questions that you have. I think this is going to be an important year for the period after 2030, when the Commission comes later this year with the proposals. Much more could be said also on other initiatives, for example, on CO2 transport, but that is more firmly in the hands of my colleagues in DG ENA, and that's why I'm not going into the details. But as you can see, the climate policy framework is still expanding and is in particular preparing really the road or our path to 2050. By now, moving to 2040 first, and then I think from there we will have to then, not now, not immediately, but in a few years, take it then further to really get to 2050 and climate neutrality. So with that, I thank you. I hand back over to Bernd, who I think will then give the floor to Gianmarco, who will give you more details on the calls that have been launched. Thank you. You're muted.
Gianmarco, straight to you.
Yeah. I cannot see my presentation at the moment, but okay. Well, now I see it. Good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce the LIFE program subprogram on climate change mitigation and adaptation. And this is very important because within the current programming period, this specific strand operates with a budget of approximately 1 billion. LIFE is one of the engines for translating the European Green Deal and the European climate law into specific actions on the ground. And to achieve this, the sub-program is working on two critical fronts. From one end, we are supporting innovative solutions, so methods and practices to curb our greenhouse gas emissions and accelerate the transition to a climate neutral economy and continent. And from the other, we are strengthening our preparedness to withstand the climate impacts that we are already seeing today. Next slide, please. What's in it for you today? Well, my objective is actually to ensure that you will walk away from today's session with a mental map of our priorities, which will allow you to navigate the official documentation of the life calls for proposals for the climate change mitigation and adaptation subprograms with greater confidence. Next slide, please. Um, well, first of all, worth asking ourselves, what have we decided to find here? What I want to emphasize is that our areas of intervention have pretty much stayed put. So these were established as part of the LIFE multi-annual work program that we adopted for the period 2025-2027. And those were formally adopted following internal consultation within the Commission and as part of the LIFE program committee. The areas of intervention that I will soon unpack as part of my presentation are also aligned with the priority topics, which are also discussed with our LIFE committee members. Why we do that? Because this ensures a predictable and reliable framework for all project applicants. Generally, we aim for stability, but every year we undertake a process of fine-tuning of our areas of intervention. We identify specific activities that we aim to encourage based on functional needs that we observe internally, and also based, of course, on the shifting realities on the ground. This allows us to remain very responsive to emerging climate challenges without disrupting the strategic continuity that our beneficiaries can rely on. With the next slide, let me walk you through some of the modifications we have made. We have, for instance, kept the area of intervention on land and coastal management practices and fluorinated gases and ozone depleting substances. Still, we have decided to ask applicants to demonstrate alternatives to F gases in order to abate applications of products and equipments. And for instance, also to reinforce the project's link with the carbon farming and carbon removal regulation. This is, from one side, coherent with the idea of our areas of intervention, and at the same time, to adapt to evolving policy needs. For instance, with regards to the land and coastal management practices, we want projects that provide to individual actors financial incentives for land-based carbon sequestration and storage, which is one of the Commission's priorities for the sector. Next, let's take a look at our intervention areas. From now until the end of the presentation, I will share some examples of the types of projects and actions that we are looking for. This is meant to help you align your proposals with our current strategic objectives. Do not rush, because everything you will see in the next slides is outlined in the call text, and will be published on the website as part of the info day materials. You can also catch up on the YouTube live stream if you wish to do so. Let's move to the next slide, where I will start unpacking some of the areas of intervention. As I've said, stability is the key word. We have kept our activities on ozone depleting substances and gases, and also on zero emission mobility in road transport. Let's frame it a bit. We have large quantities of ozone depleting substances and fluorinated greenhouse gases that are still trapped in insulation foams, in refrigeration systems, heat pumps, and air conditioning units. F gases are very potent greenhouse gases and alone account for almost 2% of the total EU greenhouse gas emissions. We have a strict framework that is regulating their use, but still we need to overcome existing barriers. That's why we need public support to bridge the gap that exists between regulatory emission, which is very high, also at the international level, and on the ground reality. This year, we are asking to applicants to demonstrate and deploy low or zero global warming potential alternatives to fluorinated gases, especially in hard-to-abate applications of products and equipment, as well as our traditional actions to support the recovery, the recycling, and the reclamation of ozone-depleting substances, and the search for suitable alternative fluorinated greenhouse gases. Moving to the second part of the slide, zero emission mobility in previous slide. The zero emission mobility in road transport, we are also undertaking actions in this regard. Zero emission vehicles are growing rapidly, but the share of clean vehicles in Europe's road fleet is still low. The uptake is not satisfactory at the moment, and transport stays one of the major sources of CO2 emissions and air pollution. We have several policy drivers in place with revised standards on CO2 emissions from cars and vans, air pollutant emissions, the ETS2, which are into operation, and public procurement rules, but we still need public support. Here we are trying to finance activity that are meant to develop and implement smart recharging solutions, leading to reduced investments in energy grids. Next slide, please, where I will switch to decarbonizing other transport modes and fostering renewable energy and energy efficiency solution uptake. As for the first, we have aviation, rail, maritime transport systems that all need to cut emissions. Long distance transport requires greater attention because of particular challenging. We need to reduce reliance on fossil fuels while maintaining efficiency, reliability, and flexibility for passengers and freight. So this year, especially, we are inviting you to look at deploying solutions which represent an improvement with respect to technological innovation and operational aspects of other transport modes. Regarding the area on renewable energy and energy efficiency solution, we have a very ambitious set of legislation in place: REPowerEU, the Clean Industrial Deal, and the Net Zero Industry Act, among legislation and strategies that we are pursuing, and they are all pointing in the same direction. We need to accelerate the clean energy transition while keeping the EU economy resilient. That's why we are in this specific area. We are trying to promote projects that produce sustainable biomethane, which is produced from waste and residues, not crops. So this is very important. This is an important piece of the energy transition, and that's, of course, very important links to circular economy goals. Here, we are especially seeking for projects that manage to upgrade biogas into biomethane and potentially inject it into the gas grid. We also try to foster those kind of projects that have a business model where digestate and biochar are produced as part of the anaerobic digestion and pyrolysis are exploited for their carbon sequestration potential and perhaps even valorized through carbon credits. Also, if we move to the next one, we are next slide, please. Thank you. We have an area of intervention of reducing emissions and energy use in industrial production and waste management, as well as industrial solutions for carbon removal, carbon capture, and use or carbon storage. As for the first intervention, we are prioritizing projects targeting energy-intensive industries and their supply chain. Focus is on the development and demonstration of innovative and cost-effective technologies and processes, as well as CO2 intensive processing of primary raw materials. We will consider projects from TRL 5 to 8, 9. We accept pre-feasibility studies on innovative technologies as long as they are conducive preparatory to concrete activities for piloting, testing, and demonstrating. Moving to the industrial solution for carbon removal, in the same slide, we are supporting all, sorry, previous one, thank you. We are supporting all parts of the value chain for carbon capture and use storage. We aim for testing, increasing capacities for measuring and monitoring carbon fluxes, and also developing business models to enhance the uptake of carbon removal solutions. Now, next slide. Thank you. Closing in with our recollection of climate change mitigation activities, the land sector, so agriculture, forests, and soils, are key for mitigating emissions, as they are both a source of those emissions, but also one of among the most important natural carbon sinks for Europe. Yet the potential to sequester carbon, reduce emissions, and supply renewable bio-based materials is still largely untapped. And with the LIFE program, we're trying to catalyze those kind of projects. We also think that farmers and still lack the financial incentives to shift from to shift to nature-friendly practices at scale. So that's exactly what we're trying to address with this area of intervention. We want projects to promote a specific carbon farming approach to contribute to the carbon removals and carbon farming regulation, and to give farmers complementary and very needed sources of income. We also welcome projects enhancing carbon removals in soils and biomass, so improved forest management, afforestation, agroforestry, peatland restoration, and as well as the development and uptake of carbon storage in building certification schemes. Let's now shift our focus to adaptation activities. In general, which is in the next slide. In general, Thank you. In general, the priority area on adaptation aims at enhancing the EU adaptive capacity, so which means pursuing the EU strategy on adaptation to climate change and reducing the vulnerability to the risks described in the 2025 European Climate Risk Assessment. In the next slide, I've grouped 4 distinct areas of intervention. Next slide. Okay, thank you. Each of those responding to key hurdles EU member states face in building their adaptive capacity to climate change. National, regional, and local authorities are at a very different stage with regards to climate preparedness. Many lack coherent and science-based adaptation strategies, and cross-border coordination and multi-level coordination remains weak. At the same time, we have a growing number of tools that are meant to perform climate risk assessment and support decision makers into taking evidence-based policy making practices. This year, since we have a lot of instruments on our shelves, which have also been developed thanks to the LIFE funding in the previous years, we are asking project proponents not to just develop state-of-art tools, but to demonstrate them in practice within the framework of the LIFE projects. Also, we want to push on nature-based solutions for inhabited urban, rural, and coastal areas, Those solutions are no regret. We need to test more of them. We need to roll out more of them because they are proven, they are cost effective, and they help us build resilience while delivering multiple benefits, ranging from biodiversity, from flood protection, urban cooling, and more. So also we want Europe's infrastructure and buildings to upgrade. They have been designed for a climate that no longer exists. So climate proofing of those and of course of the built environment is no longer optional. Is something that we really need. Slide please. Here I've regrouped 5 more areas of intervention, each targeting a specific dimension of climate vulnerability that Europe cannot afford to overlook. Land is on the front line of climate impacts, as we all know. Agriculture, forest, and protected Natura 2000 areas are already feeling the effects of warming up, desertification, and rising wildfire risks. We need to accelerate the transition to more resilient land use systems and give farmers and land managers the tools and financial incentives to make that shift. That's why we're promoting projects aiming at adaptive resilience, enhancing and climate risk reducing afforestation, reforestation, and forest restoration practices. The link between climate adaptation and health is an important nexus. Heat stress, vector-borne diseases, and the mental health toll of extreme weather are already straining health systems across Europe. We need to help with that, and vulnerable communities are especially it. They are the hardest hit, and preparedness is lagging behind the pace of change. We need projects that help us prevent or prepare for climate change related health impacts. Water is also one of the next frontier of our work with the LIFE program. Europe is caught between floods and droughts, and sustainable water management is absolutely key, as well as coordinated action on that. There are urgent needs today that we need to address. Finally, we need to get serious about compound and cascading risks. Extreme events rarely come alone, and when they hit, especially in outermost regions, the damage compounds very fast. So we need to prepare and local preparedness through no regret, nature-based solutions. Next slide. Moving to our governance and information specific priority area, regulation and technology alone won't cut it, won't get us to climate neutrality. The European Environmental Agency consistently reminds us that there are several governance barriers. Local capacity is usually insufficient, and there is public engagement that is sometimes limited, and those constitute very important obstacles to climate action across Europe. This is why with the LIFE program, we are also financing softer but equally essential actions for the climate transition. Under the governance and information activities priority area, we focus on awareness raising and engagement activities on new climate policies, also on training, reskillings for the and supporting governance models. Also, in the next slide, I've presented some similar examples. We encourage projects to submit activities of standard setting for monitoring the policy implementation, for instance, on sustainable finance taxonomy activities, but also on knowledge sharing and capacity building on the functioning of the EU ETS, of the carbon removal and the carbon certification framework, and to monitor, assess, and ex post evaluate climate policies taken at national, regional, and local levels. So moving to my final slide, this concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your attention. I'll be here for any questions you might have during the Q&A session. Thank you very much. Over to Bernd again.
Yes, thanks a lot, Stephanie and Gianmarco. That was quite a ride through all the priorities, which you can then find in detail in the respective call document. As already announced, Slido is open, so you can already start typing in your questions. And if you like questions already asked by others, highlight them so they will, with more scores, raise up. And you have the hashtag here, it's EULife26. So please start typing in your questions. So Director General Climate Action is one of the 3 partner DGs of the LIFE program. As already mentioned, they're responsible for the priorities. But be also aware that the Climate Action sub-program, as also the Nature, Biodiversity and circular economy, quality of life for the Standard Action Project is financing bottom-up activities. So any innovative idea which contribute to the objectives of the LIFE program are eligible under this call. However, under the criterion relevance, you can acquire additional points for addressing these latest call priorities when you roll out them with your proposal. At CINEA, we are responsible for selecting those best proposals, and we manage the EU contribution during the lifetime of the project. So we provide you with the respective to your ideas. To have a bit of more ideas how this works in practice, I would like to invite my colleagues Miriam Witschke and Sergi Costa from who are also working on the Climate Action Sub-Program to illustrate the priorities with some project examples, covering both climate change adaptation. This will be your task, Miriam, and for climate change mitigation, this would be your task, Sergi. So the floor is yours, and you have 10 minutes altogether for this small intervention.
Okay, thanks, Bernd. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will start with climate mitigation projects. We will present two projects each, my colleague Miriam and me. And I would like to see now the slides. Yeah, I will start now with the project called Life Biocompo. This is a project that is already finished. It finished in 2023. It was coordinated from a Polish partner, but there was also involvement of Czech Republic and Italy as partners. And the first reflection is we're talking about climate mitigation within the sub-program. So we are mainly looking for projects that are aiming at reducing emissions of greenhouse gas emissions. So this is very important, the first reflection. The second would be also to have a look also on the call. I mean, you have your idea to submit, but first check the call really. And in this case, I would point out three points. One is the areas of innovation or for intervention. If your idea fits really in this area, sometimes you can cover another area, but I mean, there are some cross-cutting themes. So that would be a very important point. For mitigation would be also very important to check the technical readiness level, technology readiness level, TRL, that you are proposing, your solution. In mitigation, we are aiming at TRL 5 to 9. So this is very important to consider. And then also the type of action. You will see different types of actions that you can submit. But in this case, like coming back to this project from Poland, they were proposing an innovative technique for the automotive sector. And when we talk about innovation, it's not only something that is new in the market. It could be an innovation that it's new only in this region or in the country where the LIFE project is being implemented, or also could be a solution that is innovative for a specific sector that have not been tested before. So, coming next slide, please. Then coming back to this project, the idea of the project was to replace the glass fibers with natural fibers and use them in polymers composites in car parts of vehicles, of fuel vehicles in this case. And they were quite successful, actually. They were producing more than 100,000 pieces, and these were installed in more than 3,000 vehicles. Mainly they were Italian renowned car brands. So we could say this project was fairly successful because it reached the commercial level, tier 9, that was what they promised in the proposal. But also looking at the sub-program also was very relevant because it showed reduction of emissions of different gases that you can see here in the slide. Also reduction of the energy during the production of this value chain. And finally, also there was a reduction of the weight of the cars in average 8%, and this of course has an influence on the consumption of fuel. And then I will move now to the second example for climate mitigation. Next slide, please. This example is more related to agriculture and rural areas, and it's a project related with livestock farming, so involving 6 different countries. It belongs to the call 2020, but it's still ongoing. I think in the last year of implementation, is coordinated by France, but with many farms involved, around 700 all over these 6 countries. And what I find interesting in this project is that it's really a good example of a project that can be used to inform the design of methodologies. Because we are talking about Call 2020, and then the ones familiar with carbon farming, I mean, actually the project it's called Live Carbon Farming, should know that around fall 2024, the Commission approved the first EU-wide certification framework for carbon removals and carbon farming. So we are talking about 4 years later. So these kind of projects, LIFE, could be an example of projects that are advancing to methodologies, to regulation, and they are also used for policy feedback. And that would be a good, or we hope it will be a good example. Next slide, just actually in this project, they are aiming to reduce 15% of carbon footprint in the farm operations or in the agricultural products coming from this agriculture activity. And we can observe there are different kind of maturity levels because they are implemented in 6 different countries, France, Ireland, Spain, etc. But not all of them, they are at regulation level mature about this certification. But in a nutshell, it's a project about carbon credits, about carbon financing, also to make the life of the livestock producers, farmers, more viable. And at the end, I would just sum up as like this. I mean, actually, the CRCF, the ones that you know this, it does not include still a lot of information about livestock. This needs to be developed. DG Clima is working on this year. And I'm sure, or probably DG Clima might take takes away or some results from this project to develop this. And they will work about enteric fermentation, manual management, that should be included in the revision of the CRCF. So that was all from my side. I will pass the floor now to Miriam.
Thank you, Sergi. The next slide, please. I will continue with illustrating the area of climate change adaptation. Before I start presenting 2 examples, I would like to draw your attention to the specific intervention for climate adaptation projects that is spelled out in the core document. because here in this area, it's very important to explain in your rationale and the context of the proposed project, the identified specific current and future climate risks and vulnerabilities, and make use of the available assessments and risks posed by existing and projected climate hazards, and count the specific vulnerabilities and a location and a sector that you would like to address. So there is this European climate risk assessment already that highlights at high level the key risks and future trends for specific sectors that you can build on. But there are many more risk assessments and guidance that you can make use of in this context. Also important to look at past impact and extreme weather events that happened and how this has revealed vulnerabilities that you would like to address with your project. Stakeholder engagement is also key in this process to gather knowledge and insights, in particular also when it comes to exposure of climate impacts, but also the adaptive capacity. The second step is the selection and effective implementation of options, minimizing these identified risks and vulnerabilities. Here also the stakeholder engagement is key to coordinate potential activities across sectors, and also to identify the most suitable adaptation options, considering also potential co-benefits and unintended effects, and consider a more holistic manner towards implementation. The core, of course, usually in the LIFE project is the implementation of the adaptation option and testing in pilot activities, and to demonstrate the solutions that you would like to test. Here, it's important to also identify potential challenges and barriers towards the implementation upfront, and also the potential for replication and upscaling later on. The last step is the monitoring and evaluation of the results, also after the project duration, to demonstrate, for example, the measurable climate impact, positive climate impacts and outcomes, and improve the resilience towards vulnerabilities. Also, this is a moment to provide feedback to policymakers, and also to provide feedback on potential barriers and constraints identified.
There's a background noise. Please, can you mute your microphones?
Thank you, Bernd. And I would also like to draw your attention to available guidance and data sources that you can find, in particular also Climate Adapt, that you can make use of. And for example, also there's more guidance to the specific adaptation options. There's the EU level technical guidance on adaptation buildings to climate change when it comes to local solutions in the built environment. Next slide, please. So the next slide, next project that I would like to present illustrates this approach that I've just presented. It's a project that illustrates also the intervention area climate proving and resilience of infrastructure and buildings. It's the LIFE Archiklima project, a project carried out in Poland by a company specialized in environmental climate adaptation, environment assessments and solutions, planning solutions. They have developed partnership agreements with property owners with the objective to assess the resilience and climate impacts on their big facilities. Therefore, these partnership agreements were the basis to carry out this process, to ensure commitment, but also have clear responsibilities with these stakeholders. a considerable number of climate risk and vulnerability assessments were carried out following this methodology on different types of large buildings, shopping centers, and entertainment halls, museums. And this, of course, helped to also, on the one hand, learn a lot about potential barriers, but also to demonstrate it, for example, with an example at Katowice Airport, where trees and shrubs and rain gardens were planted to help, for example, to capture excess rain from sealed parking areas. I would like to come to the next project, please. This is a project to illustrate the priority area of water management. So a project that works more at landscape scale. It's the Live Logos for Waters project, working in Hungary with the Ministry of Public Administration and Regional Development as a coordinator. In this project, they addressed the challenge of water management and spatial and temporal distribution. So periods of drought are becoming more frequent, but also heavy rainfall, and the municipalities and catchment areas need to deal with that. And the solution that was followed here was to drain the water, not to drain the water, but to retain it, and to test different solutions in different catchment areas. What's important here is the multi-level climate governance approach that was followed at catchment level. That really helped also to bring together stakeholders across all levels of governments. And this is also a good example for the European Water Resilience Strategy, because where its one action area is to step up efforts to improve water retention and enhance the natural sponge function of landscapes. Next slide, please. So here the solutions were practical examples for different landscape types. The focus was really on municipal cooperation at catchment level, for example, through multi-stakeholder catchment forums. 14 municipalities were directly involved, but many more indirectly. They also put a lot of emphasis on boosting knowledge and transfer of so a catchment support program for municipalities was developed, but also many other activities such as training courses, summer universities, field visits to train local water authorities. So there are some tangible results in terms of nature-based interventions carried out. The water retention capacity was significantly increased, and also the awareness of the local decision makers and population. Thanks a lot. I finish now and would like also to finally draw your attention to the Live Public Database, where you find many more interesting project examples.
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you, Sergi. So you see the range of priorities and themes under climate change mitigation and adaptation are rather broad. Due to the time constraints, we will not dive into governance information projects, but we will go on to see what from an experienced project manager at the Belgium organization Natuurpunt. I would like to invite Landers to join me here.
Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. Morning.
Hi, Landers. So let's have a quick dialogue on your experiences with LIFE projects. I mean, you are very experienced with LIFE, and you are engaged in many projects. And the latest one is the LIFE Super EU projects. And I would start immediately with the first question. What were the motivations for you to go for live, and where do you see the challenges, but also the successes when we talk about the application process? So prior to the submission of a proposal.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, I work for Natuurpunt as head of projects, where we're already part in 48 live projects. And the reason why we chosen for the live program, along with Nabu, who is coordinator of the project, is we wanted to design an impactful multinational project that goes beyond standard restoration. This project was based also on peatland restoration, and we wanted to upscale peatland restoration. So we started with 7 restoration, and the ambition is during the project to do an upscale to 8 other European countries. So to have 15 European countries into the project working on peatland restoration. I think an important challenge was balancing our ambition with the budget, because we had quite a big ambition, and it was a way to find a sweet spot in a certain budget, but also not too much. In a way, it would lower our chances of being selected. And that's why we chose to start certain countries and do an upscale to others. And I think what was a big success for us, we managed to get it funded, but also to keep our project quite well during the revision phase. So it didn't change that much in revision, where some other projects have quite a few remarks. So we were quite happy we could now implement the project in the way we wrote it, and we had the idea to do so.
Where do you see challenges when it comes to, let's say, from the idea to writing the proposal?
Yeah, a big challenge for writing the proposal. I think it's important to start with a good consortium of partners. We see for that we have a few partners that are already quite known to each other and have some experiences, which makes it more easy to write the project. But it's also important to take time to do so. You always need extra time to write the proposal, and you can plan it as much as possible. Always in the end, it will get stressy. So prepare yourself that it will be stressy and in the end, and try to get it as less as possible by having a great preparation. Really save separate time to write it, because it's really hard to do it just in between all the other work if you don't have spare time for it.
When writing the proposal, of course, we provide a lot of guidance. There's the call document. There is we try to be as transparent as possible. Also, how we select proposals. I mean, you said you were trying to have means and measures to be successful. Were you using this guidance, which is provided by CINEA, for example, looking at the award criteria, looking what we are actually looking for?
Yeah, we looked at the criteria. I think for the documents to have certain actions into the project, and we also look based on other projects and the feedback we had, because sometimes we apply twice for a project, and then if you have feedback on it, it's really helpful to change or to restructure the project. But it's for us, it's also the feedback if we have separate questions in support or clarification. It's always really helpful. So it's also a remark from us not to be afraid to ask questions. It's really important if you have questions and you're not sure about it, just really ask. And the feedback is always really helpful.
So when I mean, you have managed now to be funded or co-funded for your project idea, and with your experience from other projects, because Super EU Life Super EU is rather young, a new project, and of course challenging. But with your experience from the past, what are the let's say challenges when you implement a project? Because you also need to be sure that you are able to it, what could be pitfalls, and where I mean, project managers but also partners need to be careful not to experience surprises.
Yeah, I think to implement a project, it's always important you have a preparation that's important, and to know quite well what's into the project. But I think the quality of project coordinators and the persons working onto the project is really important. To have people that are experienced or have enough time to do so, and also the partnership. And we see that it's important to have personal connections with the other partners in the project. So we really put effort in getting personal bonds and try to have physical meetings as much as possible, in a way to connect to the people into the project, because that's quite a lot of value, especially on the end if there are trouble of their unforeseen circumstances, that you can connect with the other people, because it's more easy than to sign certain problems. So that personal aspect, I think, is really important. And then on the other hand, also expect things will change. Always something unforeseen will happen. Like in the Corona period, nobody expected it, but the period before and after it, so projects started before and ended after it, it's a totally different situation. Now with inflation, prices going up, it's a way you need to be flexible and to change. And from the moment you see a problem is popping up or has a possibility in popping up, try to solve it, I think, as fast as possible, and not wait until the end, until your time is up or you're really last minute. For us, it's quite often a challenge in getting permits to do restoration works. And we always try to have spare time, in a way, if something fails or we don't get a permit or we get a position from locals, we still have enough time to find another solution. So I think take spare time and be flexible. And if you have really issues, there is CINEA to support, but also the monitoring from Elmen. And both are really helpful in finding solutions, in a way how we can solve the project by the idea we also started it.
Great. Landa, we need to wrap up. What would be your 3 main recommendations to the thousands of people who are watching us right now?
I think one would be try to write a proposal that fits the program, but especially a proposal that you really want to do. Then set aside time for proposal writing, or look for external help. And then be prepared. Things will be hectic in the last weeks. No matter what you do, it will be hectic. It will be short on time, but once you get it, you will be rewarded.
Thanks a lot, Landis, for the valuable insights. And it was a short one, but we need to spare the time also for the questions from the audience. So thanks a lot for all the speakers. And I would now turn to the question and answer session. And we have a team in the background who are already collecting and checking, filtering the questions. We are the session answering questions related to the climate action sub-program of LIFE standard action projects. So I would like to go into the first one. And also, all the speakers will be available to answer the questions. There is the first one, does high priority mention in standard action projects exclude other projects from being competitive? For example, high priority for industrial manufacturing processes in climate change mitigation, priority 1 on SF6. So it's related to F gases. Well, high priority means, as I already mentioned, we do not exclude other good and interesting proposals which may not meet the priorities, although the priorities are already very broad and cover probably most of what we have to cover under climate mitigation and adaptation. But still we are open. Just when you look at the award, we will award additional points for those proposals which address current priorities. But for the specific question, I don't know whether Gianmarco or Stephanie, you have something to add on SF6?
Not specifically, but I think it's important to address this question because it calls, I think it somehow responds to many other that could come our way during this Q&A session. The fact that projects can still be considered very competitive even if they don't strictly match every activity listed in the call text. The examples that we provide are indicative and are intended to guide applicants to understand what are the priorities, but they are not in any sort exhaustive. Of course, as you just said, aligning closely with the call-specific activities significantly, I would say, strengthens the possibility of the project for being considered relevant and probably also improves its scoring under the relevance criterion. But as we said, those lists of activities are purely for example.
Thank you. The second question or next question is TRL range, so technology readiness level is only mentioned in the scope of activities that can be funded in the climate call, climate change mitigation sub-program. Are there TRL limitations for all sub-programs? In live standard action projects, we clearly say we are not funding research. So that's why we make the reference to the technology readiness level should start at least with a level of around 5. And on the other side, with the live projects, we encourage, or it's even a condition for proposers who have a mechanism how to scale up later on and to bring products, for example, to the market. So we really aim at the technology readiness level 9 to be market ready. Of course, a live project can cover a certain range between 5 and 9. So that you are free to that. But of course, our interest is that we have the full range and that it goes into at the end it's being utilized and used. Then we have a question on are projects that address multiple areas of interventions encouraged? For example, projects that demonstrate innovative finance, climate and health space, or projects that address multiple standard action project areas, climate adaptation, biodiversity. I don't know whether I can hand over the question to one of you.
Yeah, I can take it. I mean, I would first focus on one area, of course. The projects that are tackling multiple areas of intervention and manage to show co-benefits between different priorities are very welcomed. But the very important thing, the baseline, is that the project fully and clearly addresses at least one of the listed areas of intervention. If then there are co-benefits, so this of course has very positive implication on expected impacts and relevance. With the projects, we manage to demonstrate synergy and co-benefits. But I would say depth and clarity in one area are prioritized over breadth. So like taking in multiple areas of intervention. What is really key is consistency. So the project description, activities, and expected impacts must be coherent and aligned with the chosen area of intervention. So
yeah, thanks. And one recommendation: limit your ambitions. Better one objective, follow one objective thoroughly through. Of course, we award also co-benefits if your project, an adaptation project, has co-benefits in biodiversity. That will be awarded also, but stay focused with your project. Another question, which is still addressed to DG Climate Action: how should enhanced weathering projects demonstrate alignment with emerging carbon removal certification frameworks?
Well, I would say, for instance, using carbon removal and carbon farming compliant monitoring, reporting, and verification requirements for carbon removals. That would be one of the instances, for instance.
Then we have a question related to more the financing. So project that involves the renovation of existing building, including the works for the building itself and urban planning interventions. Are these considered direct eligible cost? Yes, they can be direct eligible costs. So if you have an innovative way of a building renovation, that could be included. We allow in the LIFE program to a certain extent or to a limited extent infrastructure or funding of infrastructure for demonstration purpose. We are not a program which can roll out large infrastructure. For this, we have other mechanisms. But maybe Landa, since you have been working with projects where infrastructure is involved, maybe you could shed some light on that, or additional light from a project perspective.
Yeah, for us, it's mainly as a co-financing part. So we quite often combine it with regional funding. So you have a part of the European funding and then the regional. And in this project, we also try to attract the private sector. So big companies who are trying to invest, especially in nature restoration. And we look into that and based on water retention or on carbon CO2.
Thanks. Should we address only one area of intervention, or can we address to several of them? I think we answered already this question. Stay focused. It is your project. You need to be convinced about the idea of your proposal and your project. So please focus your proposal. So then we have a question: does a project need to address more than one? No, sorry, that we had. So this can move. Then in the climate adaptation area of interventions 3, enhancing the resilience by nature-based solution, occurrence to test nature-based solution at larger geographical scale. How is the geographic scale to be understood?
I can take this on.
Yeah.
The idea is to transcending small isolated pilots, for instance, a single urban park, and for instance, aim for regional multi-site pilots. Let me think of something quickly. For instance, like restoring multiple connected wetlands across a river basin would, give you the idea of the sort of magnitude that we are aiming for.
And then there's a related question that there was in CCA was a bigger focus on capacity building, like incentivize and assist the rollout of nature-based solutions for implementation and assessment, guidance, and capacity building. It's now considered less important. Gianmarco, I guess no. I think it is still related. It was a little bit refocused. Nature-based solutions is a means to achieve more resilience of whether it's urban areas or larger geographical areas. And capacity building is always can be one part of the project, but for the climate change adaptation, we are of course interested in concrete actions which lead to concrete measurable impacts with regards to the resilience of the respective area.
Yeah, if I may add, some minutes ago I had presented the area on the state-of-art climate risk assessment tools. That's actually what we are trying to do also with the nature-based solution. So actually moving from the development of instruments and capacity building to actually the testing and demonstration of concrete solutions. This doesn't mean that it's less important, but we are focusing the shift on, testing on the ground what we have already developed.
So is there a clear line between live and horizon calls, especially concerning projects from clusters 4, 5, and 6? Well, I mean, yes, there is a clear line. In live, you get 60% co-financing in average, and in horizon, you may get 100%. So that's of course a big difference. But in terms of priorities, you need to clearly check what is required in the respective horizon calls. Horizon calls usually are top-down calls with very concrete priorities for or topics for a given year, while in the live program, as a more of a bottom-up program, we have a certain continuity. The priorities are open. So, for example, if you don't make it for this call, we still have the next year, 2027, the possibility to submit. So that is also one big difference. Then the research I already mentioned. I would even say a live project would build on a horizon, or can build on results from a horizon project that would give you even additional. So something which has been tested at lab scale would then be taken up even towards market readiness in the live program. So then we have a next question. Is a certain TRL level required? I think we answered that question already. We live are typically between TRL 5 and 9, and for climate change adaptation, yes, of course, if you apply technology, I mean, it's probably a bit more, I mean, it's rare to have it in climate change adaptation, but we would apply the same approach here. Then there's a question on carbon capture. Have a main project, for example, a plant with 2 extra technology inside them at different TRLs. Maybe Gianmarco, you could connect it also to carbon capture in general.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's not super easy to answer without seeing the concept. I would say yes, as long as the main technology is on the TRL 5 till 9, and the lower TRL technology supports the goal of the project.
Okay, thank you. Now the next one, about nature-based solutions. Sorry, okay. Nature-based solutions are, of course, great, but don't think combination with technical solutions would be desirable, especially when deployment of NBS is not possible. Is life also financing them? I don't know. Landa, you are involved in many nature-based solutions. What would be your take?
Yeah, I think I would say nature-based solutions, especially climate adaptation, fits quite well. I think Twin Life, we basically do it for to see on wetland restoration projects. So if you do wetland restoration and peatland restoration, by restoring nature areas, you also have very big effects on climate adaptation. So I think on nature-based solutions, those are two types of projects that really fit well into the life goal.
Thank you.
And if you allow me just one comment, because it relates to the previous question on CCS, I just wanted to highlight, and because I would also invite all interested applicants to carefully check for specific projects whether the LIFE program is the right program. In particular, if we talk about deep industrial decarbonization, CCS was mentioned before. So because there are other funding instruments that I mentioned, like the Innovation Fund, for example. So we are also happy to advise, and I think CINEA as well, on certain, on those questions. Is LIFE really the right program for my project, or is there maybe another program that could, given the CapEx and OpEx needs of the projects, for example, better serve the purpose? Just to highlight.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe you stay for the next question also, because there is a question on CBAM enforcement as a major tool for reduce EU imported in industrial CO2 emissions. Would you see a relation to the LIFE program?
Well, CBAM is being implemented as envisaged by the legislation. So this will go ahead. I don't really understand what would be the link to the LIFE program, because, well, CBAM means that where products are imported into the EU, that CBAM has to be paid for the carbon footprint of those products. So unless, it can be clarified what would be the link to the LIFE program, I'm not able to give a more precise reply, but the implementation moves ahead.
Mm-hmm. But I could imagine that something which contributes to getting better knowledge regarding CBAM could potentially be a good co-benefit of a project.
Well, this would be a general question whether it is a co-benefit on better understanding the legislation in force. So yes, if that's in the governance project an eligible co-benefit, then that also applies to CBAM.
Then which key performance indicators or LIFE project indicators are considered most critical? Waste avoided, CO2 emissions reduction, and so on. This is you need to describe in your proposal, you need to convince independent evaluators that your project is really contributing to a change and is having impact. And what you would then propose as most critical, it depends really on your individual project. Of course, CO2 emissions, which lead reduction of CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions, which lead to carbon neutrality in Europe, of course, is one of the key policy drivers. But for the individual project, you have to define it yourself. And as more ambitious, of course, as higher the proposal would be rated. So then we have a question on climate governance and information. Sorry, I have a bit of an issue with. I was wondering about climate governance and information. I thought this would be this morning. I haven't heard any information about yet, or maybe missed it. No, it was mentioned. Gianmarco presented it in the areas of intervention as a topic. So please refer to this. We just did not present an example due to the time constraint. But yes, climate governance information is an important topic in this call. Just to remind you, the budget which we have assigned for this year is rather limited, and we expect to fund under climate action maximum 3, depending on the size of the project, 3 or 4 projects for this call. Then I would like to take another question. Substitution of virgin recycled raw materials often leads to very significant reduction of energy consumption and CO2 emission. Which is the clue to calculate the most important impact to select between sub-programs, environment and CCM? I don't know. Is this something, Gianmarco, you would feel comfortable, or?
Yeah, I would say the focus on the reduction in greenhouse gases emission rather than the focus on reusing materials. So like if we manage to calculate specific benefits as regards the reduction of emissions, and the recycling and reusing of materials, for instance, is geared to that, then it's it fits the climate change mitigation sub-program.
Thanks. Yeah. Then I take a last question. So if you could put, please, the last question on top. You have not mentioned EU mission or adaptation. Nevertheless, the adaptation call are pretty well aligned with it, and projects under these calls are contributing to the mission. Any word on the links to the mission? I think that's something for Miriam.
Thank you, Bernd. Yes, I have not mentioned the EU mission on adaptation, but more because of the time constraint. I think it's, indeed, there is the mission platform where you also find a lot of project examples and also frameworks for example, for climate risk assessment. So the results of the EU mission, as Ben mentioned, are also relevant for example, demonstrating climate adaptation further in live projects. But as Ben mentioned, those projects or those call topics are usually more specific. And in live, we have more the bottom-up approach towards climate adaptation. But the difference is here we really focus more on the implementation and the demonstration part.
Good, thank you. So I apologize for the other questions which are still on there, but there are still more opportunities today and tomorrow to answer questions. So I would like to thank a lot Stephanie and Gianmarco, Miriam, Sergi and Landa for your valuable contributions. And I would hand over then to Eva for the next steps. Probably it's a coffee break, but Eva, back to you.
Yes, thank you, Bernd, for moderating this session, and many thanks to all the speakers for your great presentations and also for answering so many questions. I remind the participants that if their question wasn't answered, they can still send their questions to the functional mailbox. That is cinea-life-inquiries@ec.europa.eu. You will find it also on CINEA website. But please, before you leave for the coffee break, I would like to ask participants to take a few moments to answer our poll, just to tell us what did you think about this session. You have here the QR code. Please just tell us if you were satisfied with the information you received during the session on the call for proposals for climate action projects. So now, as Bernd was saying, it's time for the coffee break. We need a bit of time to digest all this information and to prepare for the next session. So we will reconvene here, same place at 10:45 for the next session, which is the call for proposals for circular economy and quality of life projects. See you in a while. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning to all of you and welcome back to the Live 26 Info Day session and focus now on the priority area, circular economy and quality of life. So under that sub-program, we have two main calls, one on circular economy and zero pollution and one on environmental governance. And today I am with a large number of colleagues that will introduce you to that very rich call and all these topics and areas of priority areas. So there will be a presentation first with when you will hear about the topic and specificity, and then there will be a session for question and answers. So I will now give the floor to Aurelio Politano. It's our master of ceremony of all the call. So he will introduce the call to you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Well, thanks for master of ceremony. That's the first time I hear this. We will be talking, as Nadia mentioned, together with the team, about our call standard action projects for the Life Circular Economy sub-program. And I would like actually to ask colleagues to share the presentation if possible, because I just see myself. Otherwise, I can also, yeah, thank you. So those are the colleagues that will be sharing this time together with you and presenting a little bit the topics. Next slide, please. This is more or less what we will address. The focus of the session will be mostly on the discussion, a little bit of the priority areas, basically, for this call. We will have also a half an hour question and answer session at the end. But I would like to start with kind of some basic concepts. So next slide, please. So this call is about standard action projects. I think you have heard this already during the previous presentation. So what you see here is the definition of what is it a standard action project. Basically, it's a project linked to implementation, which deals with the innovative or best practice solution, evidently being a sub-program for climate, for circular economy and quality of life. It addresses mostly in terms of policy areas, those that are linked to environmental policies. So you can see that 60% is the maximum co-financing rate and the maximum duration is 10 years. So the focus here is about, again, projects that are not research oriented, that are really implementing solutions that are already relatively ready from the technical point of view. Next slide, please. So I mentioned best practice and innovation. What are the definitions that we have? Basically, in terms of innovative techniques, you can see that we consider first innovation at member state / eligible country level. So it should be innovative at that level or at sector level when the solution proposed by the proposal is compared to the state of the art. Very equivalent kind of definition concerning best practice. So it is up to you, so to speak, to explain why it's innovative or why it's a best practice. You need to explain always a little bit what is the baseline, so to speak, the state of the art at either sector or at your state level, so to speak. I was mentioning before, it's about implementing projects. In fact, in the definition, you also see the fact that they must be implemented at a scale that allows basically the achievement of sufficiently credible and ambitious impacts. So cannot be research again, because you would not have impacts in terms of, in particular, environmental impacts or economic impacts. So it's very important. It's kind of obvious, but very important to make sure that, you fit the call topic. And as I mentioned below in the last part of the slide, this type of definition is checked in the eligibility part of our evaluation assessment. So if you fit to the concept of standard action project, it's checked at eligibility stage, and also it's then the match with the topic is also checked under our criterion 1, which is the relevance criterion. Next slide, please. You see here a bit scattered, let's say, the key information about the call. You see on the left priority topics. We have, I mean, the content of our call is divided into, let's say, 3 main areas. One is circular economy and waste. Actually, there are 2 topics, formally speaking, when it comes to the system. The topics are environment and environmental governance. Within environment, the division of the content is in circular economy and waste, and zero pollution and sustainable management of resources. You see all the topics that are covered there, while in environmental governance, you also have some subtopics that will be addressed later, you will see. One point of attention is the fact that in terms of budget, the number 1 and number 2, circular economy and zero pollution type of topics, they compete with each other. So it's only one budget, which is it's 79 million, let's say, minus 5 million that are allocated specifically to Bauhaus, while governance projects. So to recap, basically you have 3 ranking lists, one for environmental governance, a topic alone, one for Bauhaus, it's not formally a topic, but it has a dedicated envelope, and then one for the remaining topics, which are the more numerous, let's say. A couple of important points also to make. It concerns the fact that the fit, and now we go a little bit more into the project topic description. Let's say the use of innovative, it's strategic in the sense that not all, as I mentioned before, not all projects must be innovative. They can be best practice. So that's the bottom line. The thing is, in some, as you will see, priority areas and topics, there's a strict requirement for innovation. So the more you are innovative, the more you fit with this specific topic, the more you will be awarded in terms of score under our criterion 1, which is the relevance one. But we start from best practices, basically. So that's, I think, something important to mention. Next slide, please. So what is important is we got a feedback from the previous year about, our presentation being too lengthy because we were kind of covering really in detail the description of the topics in the code document. Now, this year we have changed a little bit. We have tried to make it a bit lighter. But the point of attention is the fact that this is a summary. What you will see next now, it's a summary of the topics we have in the code document. It's very important. So just to explain and share the concept, we don't go into the latest level of detail. It's important for you to know that all the detail and what counts for the evaluation for your exact check of how you match the topic is, you need to read the code document, basically, the part dedicated to the topic description. Next slide, please. So I will still continue because this is the area that normally, together with other colleagues like Nadia, Cesar of the team, I follow. So we enter into, let's say, the thematic areas. You can see that for recovery of resources from waste, we have basically solutions that are linked to different waste streams. I'm talking about the first bullet point. So the solution, they must be innovative. Very often they deal with value-added recycling. Sometimes in the description of the topic, you might see collection, sorting. But the key issue here is we're dealing with the traditional, let's say, waste management in terms of process with innovative solutions linked to these waste streams that you can see: packaging, plastics, textile, batteries, critical raw materials, end-of-life vehicles and ships, construction and demolition waste, bio-waste. So this is one topic. The other topic of this area is again, innovative solution dealing with added value recycling of hazardous waste that can help the safe disposal or a reduction in the scale of the problem, because hazardous waste is particularly, well, risky, but also difficult and costly to handle. One thing I didn't mention before, which I add now, it was in the slide, but I didn't highlight. It's very important when you select your topic in the application that you select a maximum of 2. Very often we have, applicants selecting a huge list of topics. This then puts us in a difficult condition when it comes to the evaluation, because we will have to evaluate most likely the first 2. So it's very important you select 2 and the one that fits the most, the couple of ones that fit the most. Next slide. So, as I mentioned before, with those topics I just finished, we were dealing with more traditional waste management. Here we're dealing really with circular economy and more kind of circular solution in different ways. For example, the first, which is kind of a general one, is business and consumption models aiming at reducing and preventing resource use and waste in value chains, in particular those of the EU Action Plan. So plastic, textiles. Here it's very, very wide. It's important there is a business or consumption model that evidently has an aim of circularity, and ideally that deals with one of the value chains, again linked in circular economy action plan. So you could say somehow that this encompasses many of the ones that I will describe below, but okay, they are a bit more specific. So the second point is extended producer responsibility schemes. So new or improved compared to the existing legislation, with ideally also the use of eco-modulation fees with bonus malus, depending on the type of solution that is chosen in terms of disposing of the resources, let's say. The third point deals with essentially eco-design. So we are aiming at solutions that basically prevent the creation of an environmental issue. So everything that deals with design plans that can, in a life cycle perspective, ideally reduce the impact of a solution, a product, a service. So it's really kind of the advanced solution, so to speak, in terms of circularity. Next slide, please. We have kind of symmetrically, we have also solutions that are not pre-designed, but post-designed. So once the product is already on the market, what is it that we can use to increase the circularity, support the circularity, even using digital platforms? So any solution that is dealing with this would be welcome. And then we have solutions to support the and increase of reusable products. This, as you can see, it's kind of a specific point, but it's somehow a repetition of some of the points I already mentioned above. So in this sense, yes, it's specific, but could be well included in one of the points above. And then the last point is, again, dealing with somehow business models or consumption models, but we give some specific examples about, for example, the application of digital product passport to enable circularity. We also have approaches to increase demand for secondary raw materials like industrial or industrial symbiosis. Those you can take them as examples. Evidently, up to you to choose what fits the most in terms of the solution you propose compared to this list that we see here. And actually, I think that with this and reasonably on time, I can pass the floor to my colleague, I think, dealing with air, who is Mario Leonetti. Next slide, please. Yeah, Mario, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aurelio. Good morning to everybody. I'm going now to introduce you quickly to the topics related to air. The first topic focus on the reduction of particulate matters. And there are two specific areas where you have to intervene if you want to fit this topic. The first is where there is a high use of solid fuels like biomass, coal, and peat for domestic heating. The second is where there are intense dust generating activities, and this is related to areas of construction, reconstruction, quarrying, mining, and every other dust generating activities, for example, mineral handling. Next slide, please. The second topic is about sustainable road transport. Under this topic, you have a large and wide set of areas of interventions, going from real-world driving to zero-emission vehicles, alternative fuels. We have also emissions from wear and tear, so emissions from non-combustion sources related to transport. Then we go to the areas of high-impact traffic access system, platforms related to sustainable logistics and mobilities for goods and passengers, and last but not least, alternative modes of transport, low emissions, generally, for example, related to cycling and walking. Next slide, please. The third topic is related to sustainable mobility that is other than road transport. So before we saw road transport, now what is not considered road transport for the transport of goods and passengers? We have a large set of mobility machineries under the regulation on non-road mobile machineries. There you can implement projects where you demonstrate that your techniques, your machinery performs better than the standards set in the regulations. And this topic also covers in a larger way, maritime, including cargo, ports, and aviation. The fourth and the last topic on air is about agriculture. The focus is on the reduction of ammonia, non-methane organic volatile organic compounds, methane, and particulate matters. So that's all in brief for the air topics. And now I give the floor to my colleague Gosha that will introduce you to the water topics. Gosha, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I will brief you what are the novelties and non-novelties in water topics. More or less, we are funding projects which are providing concrete measurable impacts, for example, reduction in nitrate runoff. We are supporting ideas which are sustainable, replicable, and for example, including activities like Copernicus monitoring. So we focus on mostly on the water resilience and chemical contaminants, water scarcity. These are the most supported projects in water topic. Next slide, please. In water quality and quantity, we have to notice that only actually 40% of EU water bodies meet good ecological status. We have to face nutrient pollutions, so nitrates, phosphates from agriculture, which are causing eutrophication. We have emerging contaminants, including PFAS, pharmaceuticals, microplastics, which are threatening drinking water and ecosystems. Under this subtopic, we finance solutions which address those challenges. Next slide, please. Still in water quality and quantity, droughts affect actually roughly 20% of EU territory, which are worsening with climate change. 2022 was the worst drought in 500 years, according to Copernicus, and actually 1 in 6 EU citizens is exposed to flood risk. Climate change is intensifying floods and droughts, and this slide shows how LIFE 2026 funds proactive solutions. We are supporting projects which mitigate floods and drought risk, including nature-based solutions. This is by restoring wetlands and floodplains. To absorb excess water, we support urban green infrastructure, like, for example, permeable pavements and rain gardens, and to manage stormwater. We are encouraging under this subtopic digital tools, like, for example, Copernicus data for early warnings, and integrated risk management, such as sustainable drainage system to handle urban runoff. We also co-finance integrated risk assessments, are combining both climate and social data. Next slide, please. Under this subtopic, the projects which we prioritize must deliver on one of the goals. They have to either restore hydromorphology to support healthy ecosystems. They have to propose how to save water through leakages reduction, reuse, and circular economy practices, how to manage urban water sustainably, while integrating quality, quantity, and energy efficiency, and how to achieve energy neutrality in wastewater treatment, and how to build drought resilience through, as I already said, very proactive nature-based and cross-sectoral solutions. By focusing on these areas, we can meet the Water Framework Directive objectives, we can protect biodiversity and ensure water security for future generations. Therefore, please take into consideration which of these priorities actually resonates the most with your work and how it can you turn it to concrete ideas. Next slide, please. Under subtopic marine and coastal water management, we have to face many challenges. Practically between 8 and 12 million tons of plastic enter oceans annually. Microplastics that can be already found in 90% of seabirds. Underwater noise affects roughly 60% of marine mammals, whales, dolphins. And nearly 40% of Mediterranean fish stocks are overfished. Messages we want to pass here is that the focus should be on the initiatives to mitigate the impacts of human activities on marine ecosystems, targeting one of these priority areas which you can see on the screen. And they are underwater noise. So here we are addressing pollution from shipping, seismic surveys, and construction. There are also marine litter and contaminants. We prioritize prevention at source, for example, plastic reduction, chemical runoff, or over cleanup efforts. So we are suggesting to prevent instead of clean afterwards. There are also priorities on seafloor disturbance and damage, so including as well harm from brine discharges, for example, desalination plants, and destructive fishing practices. We encourage addressing deep sea exploitation and exploration. So we are assessing and reducing ecological impacts from mining, drilling, and other activities. We also tackle overfishing and bycatch. We promote proposals which are sustainable, and they are reducing unintended capture of non-target species. We address nutrient and organic pollution. So here we also address agriculture and aquaculture to prevent eutrophication at dead zones. Navigation impacts, so managing effects from dredging, shipping lanes, vessel traffic on marine habitats. The last but not the least, offshore and renewable energy impacts. So particularly from offshore wind farms, ensuring that we have a sustainable deployment with minimal ecological harm. Next slide, please. In underwater services, we have to tackle the challenges that practically between 3 and 4% of EU electricity and 20% of water is lost to leaks. 5% of EU population lacks safe drinking water, and especially rural areas are the most affected. Under water services, we encourage innovative projects which must address at least one of these three challenges, which are resource efficiency, so energy and water losses, for example, from smart grids to reduce leaks, emerging pollutants, as already mentioned, subtopic. Here you have microplastics, PFAS, pharmaceuticals. So here we are also encouraging solutions, for example, with advanced oxidation, biofiltration, and real-time sensors. And we also encourage safe wastewater use. So, for example, application of membrane bioreactors, UV disinfection, nature-based systems. And under this water service, again, what I already mentioned, rural water services, which are facing aging infrastructure problems, high cost, and limited access. So we give priorities to modular off-grid treatments, for example, solar, biogas powered. Next slide. Still under water services, we fund innovative solutions which focus on this energy efficiency. We want to have neutral water treatment reuse, reduction, for example, of water loss, and digitalization. Under the latter one, we have, for example, deployment meters to detect leaks in real time. To align with the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive and Water Reuse Regulation and Revised Drinking Water Directive, projects under this subtopic must advance climate adaptive and cost-efficient technologies. This is briefly about the water. Now I'll give the floor to my colleague, Michel Quicheron, which will introduce you to the topic of soil. Thank you.
Thank you, Gosha. Good morning to all. Can I have the slide on soil? Next slide, please. So the topic on soil addresses two types of action. One is actions on soil health through sustainable soil management. These are those addressing the many soil threats, such as salinization, erosion, loss of organic carbon, compaction, excess nutrients, contamination, water filtration, and reduction of water retention capacity, acidification, loss of soil biodiversity, land take, and sealing. We also finance actions related to resilience to extreme weather events such as droughts, heat, wildfires, and floods. Also action to mitigate and reverse desertification through integrated water and land management. So we here see the various links between land or soil and water. Other actions financed under this subtopic are actions to ensure food security and safety, and who increase the resilience of the EU food system overall through soil management. And also actions protecting the human health and well-being by ensuring that soil can continue to provide services. And by services, we mean safe and nutritious food, the ability to filter contaminants and reduce heat, to preserve water quality, support nature, green infrastructure, and soil biodiversity. Next slide, please. So the other type of actions that are financed under the soil topic is cost-effective, both investigation and remediation solutions for soil contamination of soil contaminated sites. Also, the second area linked to the soil monitoring law is the certification of soil health, the exploitation of soil health data for other certification systems, and the payment for ecosystem services provided by healthy soil. And last but not least, it's action applying cost-effective solution to unseal already sealed areas. And overall, for the whole topic of soil, there's also an interest and a focus on monitoring and assessing soil health and collecting, analyzing, and presenting soil health data in a geo-referenced format. So this is it for the soil topic, and now I will pass the floor to Orestis, who will present you the noise topic. Thank you.
Hello to everybody, good morning. I'm going to present you the topic of noise. Within this topic, priority is given to proposals that aim to significantly reduce noise in densely populated urban environments, or that improve conditions for the largest possible number of people. This can be achieved through innovative solutions that combine strong environmental and economic sustainability. Examples that falls in this category include the use of low noise road surfaces and tires, low height noise barriers with minimal landscape impact and eco-friendly materials, as well as initiatives that target noise reduction from railway traffic and airports. Another key priority under this call is the reduction of noise and vibrations that might be harmful to human health and or ecosystems, both on land and in water. And this includes, for example, addressing noise and vibration generated by wind turbines. At this point, I would like also to take the opportunity to strongly encourage potential applicants to submit innovative ideas in the field of noise, as we currently receive relatively few proposals in this topic. That's it for the noise, and I have the pleasure to pass the floor to my colleague Manuel Montero, who will continue on chemicals. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Orestis. Good morning from my side as well. And now I will guide you through the chemicals priorities. So the frame of the EU chemical strategy for sustainability towards a toxic-free environment, priority is given to proposal aiming at prevention and reduction of the impacts on the environment or human health of hazardous substances, in particular substances of very high concern, or those substances fulfilling such criterion, including endocrine disruptors and persistent substances, nanomaterial, combination effects of substances, the so-called cocktail effect, PFAS, substances of very high concern or fulfilling the mentioned criterion by non-alternative chemicals, biocidal product and or plant protection product, and finally asbestos in recycled material and object for reuse. So the question here is how we can reach the prevention and reduction of the impact through innovation for safe and sustainable by design approaches for chemical, material, and products, as well as the promotion of the phasing out of substances of very high concern or substances that fulfill such criteria. Can we move to the next slide, please? Priority is also given to proposal aiming at prevention and reduction of the impacts on the environment or human health of chemical production and use across the whole value chain, in particular green and digital technology, advanced material and industrial production with low carbon and low impacts, environmental impacts, and use of chemical. Item 3 deal with project idea aiming at digital innovation for advanced tool, methods, and models, and data analysis capacity to avoid animal testing. And finally, those project idea with the objective to improve safe and sustainable by design solution for substances, material, and product while ensuring sustainability. So that's all from the chemical. Mario, straight to you for industrial emission and safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel. Next slide, please. So this is as a novelty introduced already in the past call. Now there is a new thematic priority area. This is industrial emission safety, that before were in reality two existing topics but split in other thematic areas. So under this thematic area, we have two topics. The first is related to emissions, and the guiding directive is the Industrial Emissions Directive. The main novelty already introduced in the call 25 is that before was focusing only on emissions of air pollutants, while now the scope has been widened also to the reduction of energy consumption, methane emission, raw materials, and water consumption. So the scope has been enlarged. What I wanted to remark in this for this topic is that the focus is not on the best available techniques. Best available techniques are referenced and defined in the directive. The focus is in the most innovative part of the directive. So emerging techniques, and these are always referenced for each industrial sector in documents called BREF, is the best available technique reference document, or even more innovative techniques that you can propose as candidate emerging techniques when there is a review of the review of the specific document related to best available technique and emerging technique for a specific sector. Obviously, candidate is not a self-declaration. You have to compare this technique with existing techniques, with emerging techniques reference, and you have to show why the technique you want to propose can be a suitable candidate because it performs better, it's more cost-effective, or a combination of these two. The second one is related to safety, industrial safety. The regulation is the 703 directive on the control of major accident hazards that involve very dangerous substances. For this kind of topic, the recommendation is that you always implement the demonstration activities. So it means that this project must really tackle the companies or the industry that is manipulating, who's producing this high quantity of dangerous substances. That's all from my side. And now I give the floor to my colleague Piedad for the topics on the new European Bauhaus.
Thanks a lot, Mario. In here, I'm going to take you through, good morning, everybody. I will take you through two priority topics. 2.7, the new European Bauhaus, and the third priority topics, which is on environmental governance. So please, if you can pass to the next slide. Yeah, so focusing now on the new European Bauhaus, which is the 2.7 topic within the priority topic, zero pollution and sustainable management and natural resources. As we were saying at the very beginning, there are 4 million devoted to promote the principles of the new European Bauhaus. And when we say the principles of the new European Bauhaus, is by taking into consideration the involvement of civil society, the inclusion, and the beautifying our cities and our neighborhood. I say that because they're mainly focused on setting the urban environment, targeting regions, citizens, and local communities, the neighborhoods. And our actions mainly, we invite you to take actions targeting to decarbonize two key important industry sectors for Europe, the building and construction sector, by reducing the demand of new buildings and prioritizing the use under occupied building, and the fashion and textile sector. Please keep it in the previous slide because I'm still talking about the environmental governance. If you come back to the previous slide, the new year. Okay, that one. Okay, the key, just to focus, the following type of proposals for the new European Bauhaus, we have 5 priorities. So we are expecting proposals that are targeting the reduction of environmental impacts in new building and urbanization. And as I was saying, promoting the social innovation, the inclusion of citizenship in this decision making. 2, reducing the demand of new buildings and reducing building stock, so reusing unoccupied buildings, and by applying the measures of sufficiency and repurposing, meaning the renovation of the building stock. The third one is increasing the sustainability of fashion while meeting demands of aesthetics and inclusivity. It's in there in this priority topic that we are targeting priority industry sectors such as textile, footwear. And passing to the fourth box, promoting circular district and involving the creation of circular value chains and urban economies while producing urban and territorial regeneration. And the fifth priority is targeting nature-based solutions into the built environment. So, for instance, in these 3 you have some of the examples. So with the environmental biodiversity practice or new in architecture, innovative architectural practice in urban and urbanization. So thank you. So this is for the priority topic, New European Bauhaus. To say in here, just to close this chapter, that within the past call, we received some about 25 proposals on this priority topic, and unfortunately, not most of them they were of a good quality. So I encourage you to really read attentively the new European Bauhaus and what is expected from this whole topic. Thank you so much, and let's pass to the next slide, please. So now I'm going to focus on the third priority topic, environmental governance. And next slide, please. For environmental governance, as my colleague Aurelio was saying, there is a devoted budget of 6.5 million euros. And it is specifically to cover actions and the following topics. So I'm going to list them. And in the first one is activities to support public administrations in decision making and also adopting voluntary approaches and guidance for administrations. Second, environmental compliance and assurance and access to justice. In here, we are looking for ensuring adherence to regulations and legal enforce. The third one is behavioral change. For behavioral change, we are looking for involving the public, so driving the public and private sector to an engagement through education incentives. And the fourth one, enable actions for replication and mass scaling of proven environmental solutions. In here is enabling replication and expansion of already tested good measures within a LIFE program. So let's pass to the next slide, because now I invite you in depth into these 4 priority topics. So for the first priority topics, support on the decision to support public administration in the decision making. In here, you can see is the main focus is to improve the capacity of public administrations, how to take decision and to support and promote the approach to policy coherence for sustainable development goals and the 2030 agenda framework. In the 2 boxes, they are the main actions that we are expecting. So we support plans and programs and initiatives to review and assess the EU environmental legislation, and also support on decisions related to industrial emission, waste management, and water pollution. So please pass to the next slide. Okay, so in this slide, and we will focus on development approach. You can see here the type of approach for voluntary approaches. So development to promote and implement voluntary instruments such as the EU Ecolabel, also the product environmental footprinting, also the encourage the reuse, repair, refurbishment, and remanufacturing via circular business model. Also, the use, enhance, and boost the eco-management audit scheme in the F, and also the use of advanced green procurement and in the public administration when launching procurement calls, and so on. So I invite you to go to these specificities from A to G, because you may find one of the aspects that you would like to enhance. If we pass to the next slide, please. So in this in this slide, I would like to highlight the implementation of solutions related to zero pollution. So they could be based on modeling and forecasting tools, or they can be also the use of innovative data. For the point 4, the implementation as well, targeting the implementation of solutions related to draft management and the use and the global draft observatories of Copernico management services. Let's pass to the next slide, please. Okay. Now, in here, we're going to move to the third priority topic that we were talking about. It is the environmental compliance assurance and access to justice. In here, in the environmental compliance assurance and access to justice, we are expecting proposals that are and the enforcement and liability of EU law. And in particular, I'd like that you focus on the 3 bubbles there, because the priority, how we are expecting that this environmental compliance assurance and access to justice it is transferred. What type of actions we expect? It is actions, 1, strengthening networks and expertise at national and regional level. This is in the first block that you see on your screen and in the slide. Secondly, we're expecting also developing strategies and innovative tools. So meaning developing strategies and policies, for instance, to complying with the EU environmental instruments and insurance of the polluter pays principle. In the third box, we are also expecting the involvement, citizens and stakeholders engagement. So in there will be actions which are mainly focused on how citizens take they stance on the rights and how to raise awareness in key citizen sector. That could be, for instance, youth or the associative sector. Please pass to the next slide. Concerning environment, behavioral change and awareness raising initiatives, what we are expecting and how. So in here, proposals they should address environmental challenges, policies or laws linked to at least one of the three following priorities that you will see in the bubbles: the European Green Deal, Circular Economy Actions Plan, and the Zero Pollution Action Plan. Underneath, I'm not going to enter into details because we don't have much time, but you can see in the slide in each of them how what type of actions we expect concerning the European Green Deal, the Circular Economy Plan, and the action plan. If we move to the next slide, please. We are now in the priority topic number 4, which is enable actions for the replication and upscaling of proven environmental solutions. And I'm going to dedicate a little bit more time in here because this is the new action integrated in the environmental governance topic. This in this specific subtopic, we will give in priority to project proposal that prepare a way the deployment and transfer or replicate solution already tested and demonstrated by the life programs. Or it could be also other youth-funded initiatives, but of course, they have to be aligned with the circular economy and quality of life sub-program principles. So in this slide, you will see, I like to pay attention on these words. So actions that shall be focused on enabling conditions and large scale. So there should be creating the basis for a larger scale deployment and transfer and replication. This is for to remove barriers, governance and cooperation, financing pathways, or integrating policies into tools. What is important here is that the activities must be new and complementary to the original project. So they should be based on a tested project, and they should complement, and they should have a clear impact by accelerating the uptake across administrations, regions, and sector. It's very important that you underline that in your proposal. And I will pass to the very last slide, which is linked to this priority topic. So the project should comply with these 3 important conditions. So the 3 conditions would be: the preceding project should have ended before the closing date of the call. Second, in the second bubble, you could see you should provide clear evidence of the success validation by including lessons learned from the previous project and in your proposal, and how they're going to help for their replication, and how these solutions will be scaled up. And the third one will be that the partnership, within the partnership, one of the previous project beneficiaries must be the coordinator. So this is for the new topic integrated within the environmental governance. And with that, I think I conclude my part. Just a tip and advice: go back for a successful project, read the call text, the call topic, read also the most frequently asked questions, go to our website and visit the country fishes, and also visit the database. Thank you so much, and I pass the floor to my colleagues.
Yes, thanks a lot to all of you. That was very detailed presentations on all the topics, and it was clear I hope you enjoy hearing that and that you have identified topics that fit with your idea. That's an important thing. We welcome any good idea contributing to what you have heard this morning in one of the topic. So now came the time for the question and answer. So you have we have shown this QR code of Slido that you may again post on the slide on the screen, and the back office will also show the Slido. We do have some questions that were asked also yesterday that could be of interest for you, and you could add other. I will welcome you also to look to the questions which are already there and like them. So like this, they have more chance to be answered if we have an issue of time. So please, colleagues, can you show the Slido for the first question? Voilà. So I will read the first question, the one with the 12 score. Would a live SAP be appropriate to support the performance demonstration and preparation for replication of a first of its kind clean technology unit that is already under construction? For example, with the construction not included in the budget. So that's a rather generic question. Maybe I can ask maybe Fabio Leone, our head of sector, if he wants to start, and other colleagues can complete. Fabio, would you like to start?
Good morning. Yes, I don't see any more. Okay, it's back. I mean, as I read it like this, so I understand that some work has been done. You wish to demonstrate and prepare for replication. As a generic questions like this, it seems to fit within the remit of our priorities, indeed.
Okay, anyone wants to complete?
Yes, I would like to add just one point, because normally, okay, formally the budget is excluded, but in terms of project implementation, feasibility and things like this, it's always a bit tricky when you have this kind of, I mean, it would be good or okay if the pilot plant would be completed when you apply. Otherwise, we always have a risk of when does the construction of the pilot plant finishes and when does the the operations start. When do the operations start? So it is a bit tricky. So I would say yes, as Fabio said, it's fine as long as basically you come with you don't have to, but it would be advantageous to come once the construction is completed.
Yeah, I think what I hear also from Aurelio and from our perspective, what is really important in the proposal is the clarity, so that we do understand the baseline where you start and what the project is bringing as an added value. This is always very important when we evaluate proposals. And this afternoon we will have a presentation on how to draft good proposal, and things like advice like that will be given as well. So next question now is, our solution is currently at a high TRL, technical readiness level, and is close to market. Does the SAP funding specifically support the industrial scale-up and international market replication of such environmental, I guess, artificial intelligence technologies?
Probably,
yeah. So here, yes, there are also different layers of information in that question. Aurelio, would you like to answer?
Yes. What I see, I mean, the quick answer to what I see is yes, but when I see artificial intelligence technology, I mean, everything is fine until artificial intelligence technologies. When it comes to this, I mean, we would have to discuss what it is about. If it's artificial intelligence to sort waste, for example, then okay, I understand. So the issue I see there is a little bit about possible impacts, but for the rest, it seems okay. Actually, it seems kind of ideal project proposal for our type of program in terms of close to market projects, evidently, provided it fits with our priority areas, basically, because it doesn't mention anywhere that there's going to be an environmental artificial intelligence technology. So yeah, I would say quick answer yes, but to be checked in terms of impacts and what it is exactly we're talking about.
Yeah, what is the real environmental impact that those technology would bring to the specific context that it's applied? Yeah, indeed. Next question is, does the 26th call favor pilot project developing new technical solutions for capturing agricultural NMBOK, or is there a stronger preference for best practice projects that deploy existing low emission technology at scale? I guess this is for Mario.
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks, Nadia. I don't see the question, but I remember it. Again, I see it again. Sorry, now I see it. No, there's no. No, I would say there is no specific, no specific preference. When you talk about non-volatile, non-methane volatile compounds in agriculture, it's perfectly in line with the fourth topic on air that I mentioned before. You have always to respect the definition of innovativeness or best practices, as my colleague Aurelio presented at the beginning, but we don't have a preference of the two unless it's specifically written in the topic that must be innovative. But as far as I remember and I know, it's not written that should be innovative. So we don't have in this case any preference.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's clear and reply exactly to the question. So
maybe if I can add one thing, just
sorry.
Nadia, again, sorry to be picky, but it's also an occasion, even if it was meant to make some additional comments. When I see pilot project developing new technical solutions, okay, this I'm not sure exactly what they mean, but I go back to the point about research and development. It's not about research and development. So you need to have a certain level of technical readiness, and maybe optimizing new technical solution or starting from scratch. Life is not a good program. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a very good point indeed. The scope of the LIFE project and the boundaries of the LIFE program, are important to remind. So next question. The text specifies that a maximum of 2 subtopics shall be selected for evaluation. Could you clarify if this limit of 2 applies to the entire proposal across different priority area? So here I'm giving the floor again to Aurelio, because I know that you have mentioned that also in your introduction.
Yes, the limit of 2 applies to the entire proposal across different priority areas. Yes, I just give you an example. You might choose, I don't know, I mean, I just mixing up, but you can choose innovative solution for the waste streams, as I mentioned, and you can choose, maybe, another topic, for example, in, I don't know, water subtopic, I might say better, that could be combined with this, or in circular economy, it could be combined with this. But the best point to have a concrete example for this type of things is check the examples we give under section 2 of the call document, and you will understand what is it that you need to select. But it's a maximum of 2, yes, across. You can be 2 from one priority areas, from 2 different priority areas, but it must be maximum of 2.
And actually this reply to the following question, Aurelio, specifically in my project addresses both water and chemical. Am I limited to selecting the 2 subtopics, one for water and one for chemical? Yes, I guess the answer is here. Yes.
Yeah, maybe also, Nadia, I take the occasion to clarify one thing, because also we have some constraints in the system. So when we talk about choosing 2 subtopics, we are talking about a specific, what counts for the evaluation is a specific tab in the application form. Now, I don't remember by heart which is the tab, but it says really compliance with the call topic. So there you need to, it's a qualitative description, but what we are trying to pass as a message is that you cannot put there all that comes to your mind. You need to select, because it would be diluted your kind of focus for the proposal, and you might be evaluated in say less performing way under the criterion 1. So just pick 2 subtopics and explain there qualitatively the why you fit with those subtopics. There is no, you could all the subtopics as often not, but it happens. So just limit there and describe it. It's not what I meant to say is that there is no constraint in the system. I mean, you can ideally put everything, but then it becomes kind of you will have a counter effect on you, because it gives the impression that you are not focusing. Sorry.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I am, as you can see, the order have changed because of the like. So it's important to like proposal question that fits to your need as well. So the next question is it possible to have support in the selection of the right KPI? I have a project that focuses on soil quality, but does not fit with the soil quality KPI calculated in hectare. How to transform my impact into KPI suitable for life? So here, I think, CINEA does, I will reply partly, CINEA cannot support directly the applicant. You may contact your national life contact point. There is also extensive guidance for the KPI, name now the Life Project Indicator on the website. So please have a look to that. And will anybody wants to complete my reply at this stage?
I can.
Yeah.
For the different topics, there are a set of LPIs that are defined that you can input, but there's also an option to add your own KPI. So if you think like soil organic matter is important, or you have the project, your proposal would have an impact on soil organic matter, for instance, then you could add it and put the LPI that would be relevant with the unit, with the relevant unit. So that's also a possibility, and that could, to a certain extent, answer your question.
Indeed.
I just complement. Yeah. Sorry, Nadia. I just complement one more thing, which is, no, I agree with Michelle. Normally, you have the possibility to add one and to make a short comment in the part C. It's always important to reflect these comments or to elaborate, or if you have an issue, just explain, make your calculation, explain it in the impact session of part B, and then this will be still considered. You can even mention in case you had problems, but I think it's like Michelle says, you can add another indicator, you can explain there and say that, you know, you couldn't add it, or that it was not within the predefined LPIs, and then it will still be considered.
It's important then in that case to explain in the text that is allowed for giving explanation, and as Aurelio said, to link the part B where you have a section on impacts and the what you would put in the LPI as a part C. Absolutely.
Thank you both. I think that's super clear. Can we see the question again? Thank you. Again, a question about how to present the proposal, but a bit more specific here. If I have a project that fits well under both the circular economy and the zero waste pollution water priority, how should I choose which one to apply under? Is it possible or advisable to submit 2 applications? Who wants to take that one?
I can kick off if you want. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, as a useful suggestions for all those that have an issue in trying to understand which is my priority, or is more or that, you have to think of your output. So where is your major output and impact? And based on that, so what you bring, based on the output of your project, you may select one or another. So think about what is the impact, which is what it counts. What is your implementation and impact? That is what it counts in terms of in the life program.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, the main priority, it's important. Alors, we are a small nonprofit working on upscaling furniture, textile, and home decor. Our goal is to clean, repair, and upgrade all items and reuse them as much as possible to reduce the use of materials. Are we eligible for this grant? Aurelio, giving you the floor.
Okay, this is a good occasion to emphasize the fact that we have some criteria, we have some requirements, but one of the good thing about LIFE program is that it's kind of bottom up in the sense, both a little bit from the content point of view and also in terms of eligibility really of the consortium. So it's on paper, it's not a problem that you are a non-profit organization. The question when I see this, what comes to my mind is, what is the impact of such a project? Is it too local? Because we are asking credible and ambitious impacts. The other question that comes to my mind is, okay, we give you the grant, imagine, and then how will you continue when the grant is not there anymore? So you're non-profit. How will you run your business? Where will you take your finances? But again, maybe those are a bit preliminary questions. The quick answer is, yes, you are eligible, but we will have to see all the rest. Economic feasibility, again, continuation and things like this. But yeah, for sure, you on paper you can. It's very linked to circularity, what you mentioned, and to all the principles of basically prolonging the life of a product. So yes.
Yeah, again, a call for you to listen to this afternoon presentation on how to write a good proposal, and where the evaluation criteria will be also explained, an important concept like sustainability, impact, all that will be presented to you.
If I may add, just to focus, because you are mentioning upcycling furniture, textile, and beside what to complete what my colleague said, within the new European Bauhaus, as I was mentioned, there is the priority topic, sustainable and inclusive fashion, is to improve the environmental footprint, for instance, of the fashion sector, textile and fashion sector, but also design-based and home decor products. So that could be falling under these specific topics.
Thank you, Piedad, to highlight even more this new European Bauhaus topic and how rich is the topic today. The next question is also for you, Piedad, because it's related to environmental governance. How standard action projects are expected to be practical, close to market, and focus on economic and environmental impact in regard to 3.3 behavioral change and awareness raising project. Could you give an example? That's not an easy question.
It's not an easy. This is what I was thinking of.
No. I think the underlying question here is that is it possible to have something like behavioral change and awareness raising project meeting all the other let's say criteria? And maybe Aurelio wants to say something. Yeah,
maybe, although I think we need to be honest from this point of view and say that what we always say among us, I mean, governance project, we also assess impacts for governance project. We don't expect that they are the same impacts of, a pilot plant dealing with the recycling of plastic. So very often we deal with sometimes indirect effects, sometimes more direct effects. The economic part, evidently, as I just mentioned for the NGO before, it's maybe the bit more difficult part, but economic can also be, the impact in employment of disabled people that deal with, I don't know, for example, again, we had some governance project with, I think in Greece, it was a famous one with kind of gathering of waste from the sea and employing or using young guys or even maybe disabled people. So this is also an economic impact if you employ them, or if there's a kind of indirect positive impact on the region, on the area. But the basic point is that, yeah, evidently the impact, economic and environmental impacts criterion applies also to governance project. But we also, in our discussions, we also evidently adapt to the type of topic. Behavioral change and awareness raising project are not supposed to be close to market project, so to speak. So in this sense, it's a bit less demanding. We consider more also other aspects. But the example is, for example, this one that I gave.
And
Yeah, thank you, Aurelio. That was Fabio wants to add something.
Yeah, it's probably maybe more difficult, but it's possible. We have seen, and you can check in the project database, the several awareness raising projects that have been running. What is crucial is that you're not only planning the campaign or the awareness raising actions, but you also plan and integrate in the project what happens after the campaign, what kind of survey you can do after the campaign to understand if the behavior of people have somehow changed in your target group, in your area, in your sector, depending on the project that you have. It's something you can build in the project. I see that many tends to forget and count their awareness raising impacts in terms of how many layman reports or how many people have been contacted. No, you have to go back and understand if your campaign has had any effect on the behavior of people.
Yeah, so if I may add now, because I had the time to reflect a little bit more since the question was there, the key issue is to really demonstrate tangible impact, and sometimes it's not easy, as Aurelio and Fabio they were saying. But for instance, you have example, and it depends on the type of project and the type of pilot that you're doing. For instance, and there is one of the projects on environmental governance, which is involving 5 cities. One of these cities is doing an IMAS, so assessing the food waste in schools, and the quantity, and also working with the parents, with the school teachers, with the kids on evaluating that and making a campaign. But as a result, just, for instance, the regional administration, it is this specific project is in Spain, in the Murcia region and in the city of Murcia. So now they have taken all this all the testing data, all the data and testing, and made it into transform into municipal laws on how to provide food into schools. So the selection of the new of the companies that they will be in the public procurement, one of the elements will be taken from this evaluation. So this is a way this is a way to show how it changes the behavioral in different groups, but also it is embedded within the municipal practice or regional practice.
Yeah, thank you a lot for that example. So we have a lot of questions coming. So thanks a lot from the participant to show interest. So we will try to move a bit on the question. I will take the next one. So for a life project that develops a product, what are the expectations regarding replicability and exploitation? Are commercial agreement for sale sufficient? So is there an easy answer to that, Aurelio?
Yes, the easy answer is more or less. Can you show the question again? But more or less, this is sufficient, although not required. Basically, what is important to know is that we focus for close to market project about, say, the business prospects. So it's part of the evaluation of the impacts, going back to economic impacts. But we are not prescriptive. We are not very prescriptive in terms of, we ask for financial forecast or specific method of evaluation of the investment or commercial agreements. We leave it open, but for a close to market project, you need to include a compulsory work package about sustainability and replication. You need to include at least a task and a deliverable about business planning and exploitation. Evidently, let's say the more, and this in this sense, this is the basics really. Even if you have not done it, we make sure that you will have to develop a bit more during the project. Evidently, the more you have, the better for us. I mean, if you are able to convince us that you have already a profit and loss forecast with the internal rate of return that is very interesting, and all the assumptions and all the forecast of sales are backed by agreements, then okay, it's to be perfect for us. But we start from the basic, which is this work package on sustainability and replication, where some deliverables must be included and some tasks must be related to this deliverable. So again, to be brief, it looks very promising what you mentioned there.
And why it's important for us, it's because we know that when things are commercialized, impact will follow. So basically, if the product has an environmental benefit, more we sell, better it is for the environment. So now I will go to the next one. Just for you to know, we will close now the possibility to add new questions because we still have a lot of questions. So I would encourage you to like the one that already there. So like this, they can be answered in the time that we have still, which is not much. Alors, the question on noise, and I know that my colleague Federico would like to propose an answer for a proposal related to underwater farm. What is the most adequate topic? Marine and coastal water management, so underwater noise plus offshore renewable energy, or 2.4 noise. So Federico, could you give an answer to that?
Yes. Hi to everyone. I would say that the proposal seems quite fitting under the marine and coastal water management, which is aimed at decreasing the impact of human activities such as underwater noise and offshore wind farms. So it sounds like it's well fitting. While under noise, the requirement is to target a substantial reduction of noise inside densely populated urban areas. So I would say, in my opinion, it would be more fitting under marine and coastal water management than Orestes might be wanting to complement as responsible for the noise topic.
Sure. Yeah, just what I would like to add, as I've seen my personal perspective, is also how you will frame your proposal. If there is an element in the proposal targeting, for instance, coastal human exposure to noise, then it might, or tourism areas or coastal communities, then it might fit as well in 2.4. So it really depends on how strong you frame your proposal. But I agree with Federico. This is more suitable to be under 2.2 under marine and coastal water management.
Thank you, Orestes. Now we have a question that I will answer. It's a no on our side, although in fact the tool that we have, how can I say, the Life Info Day platform remains open. So this will be the matchmaking platform. There will not be an event, but the platform is there, so it's a partial no. So because the question was from Ingram Ann, we have a very innovative private public market-based artificial intelligence project in CE in the construction sector with a high TRL 8-9 with potential to scale up over Europe, looking for experienced call coordinator in I guess the EU. So here, yes, please use the platform of the Life Info Day, trying to do the match. The next question at EU.
Maybe Nadia, sorry, one thing to add. I'm sure they know. Sorry,
yeah.
But as Fabio mentioned before, also the project. I mean, the Life Project database. It's a very good source of potential contacts. I'm sure they thought already about this. But to have a look, similar topic or experience, as you say, coordinating beneficiary.
Indeed, you can also look there and find previous project that could fit and contact them to see if those participate in a new project. At EU portal, under Circular Economy and Quality of Life Southern Action Project, there are only one circular economy and waste, 2 zero pollution and sustainable. Where is the point 3 environmental governance? Actually, it's maybe Aurelio, you want to clarify that? The structure of the
let me read it again. There are only one.
That's the structure of the call.
This 0.3 okay, so Fabio, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, there is a specific call called Standard Action Project Environmental Governance. So you need to search for that. There are separate calls: Circular Economy and Zero Pollution and Environmental Governance. In the portal, they look like two.
No, but actually, maybe to be precise, because it's not the question is not even correct in this sense. It's what I was mentioning before, which is a bit not complicated, but it's a bit like not necessarily coherent with some of the information. Let's say that from the content point of view, we share the topics, and so to speak, the call. When you prepare your proposal, you need to pick either governance, if it's a governance, so that it is one topic, or SAP environment, it's called, which is both circular economy and waste and zero pollution. Then when you have selected SAP environment, the topic of the system, there below, then you can decide which subtopics you can pick, but you cannot pick anymore anything that is related to governance, evidently. If it's a governance proposal, the topic and the call is kind of a sub-call, so to speak, in the system is separate. Hopefully I was clear.
Yeah, indeed. And there are two different, indeed, entry points with the same call document. Next will be for my colleague Gosia. Some topics such as PFAS appear under multiple call sections. For example, 2.2 water, 2.5 chemicals. When preparing a proposal, how should applicants decide which section is most appropriate to submit?
Thank you, Nadia. I think it's this has been already taught today by my colleagues. The important thing is that you have to consider while preparing the proposal, where is your project having an impact, whether it's having an impact on water, whether it's improving quality of soil. So here you just simply select the topic with relevance to where the impact is, and also in respect which policy is impacting, whether it's a water framework directive, whether it's which policy. So focus on impacts and focus on the policy relevance, and this will guide you which topic you should select.
Thank you. In the project that reduce the use of plastic, the outcome are twofold: plastic waste reduction and the reduction of oil-based input, and therewith a reduction of the greenhouse gas emission. Under which topic would the project fit best? And we see that we are offering too many topics, and this can be a bit confusing for people. But again, I think it's a question of defining what is the primary impact of your proposal. But maybe Aurelio, would you like to add something here?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit I'm repeating what we said already, in the sense that, okay, this looks like, I don't know, what is it, the solution you propose to reduce the use of plastic. This could be, well, if it's, recycling or something like this, it would normally fit under waste and recovery type of topics that I mentioned. If it's more an alternative, let's say, to, I don't know, I'm just guessing because you don't mention the solution, plastic packaging, for example. So if it's an alternative solution to plastic packaging, it might come to in the other part of circular economy, where basically you prevent or you avoid the use of plastic with a different business model or things. It depends on it would look like a project dealing with the waste management / circular economy solutions. But what exactly would fit best, which topic, it depends on the solution you propose. So it's difficult, to be honest, to say like this. But you can always, again, I also, again, to repeat, I also take the occasion to, we do not offer kind of pre-screening of proposals at our level. We cannot. But you should contact your national contact point, get in touch with them. You can really discuss with them. They are prepared a little bit like us about, the call document, the application. So please do not hesitate. I mean, they're there to help. So please do get in touch if you have a doubt or double check with them.
Yeah, thank you for reminding that. The next, now we are already over the time that was 14 for the presentation. I propose to take a few number of additional questions. The next two questions that are already on the on the screen related to the TRL can be answered together. Could you tell me what the output and arrival TRL should be in a chemical contaminated water treatment project? I think this is difficult to answer because it's your project, so you have to define that. But maybe as we mentioned, the principle that we are not a research program, sorry. So there is a minimum development and readiness to be proved and to be shown and demonstrated in the proposal. Is there any proof of concept relevant to the presented topic, or done the TRL need to be at least 5 or close to market? This question is a bit unclear to me, but is that anybody wants to take the floor to reply and to clarify again this TRL?
Sorry, I'm Mario. On the one related to the proof of concept, now I go a little bit by heart, but as far as I remember, in the TRL scale, the proof of concept is TRL 3. So generally, the first 3 TRL goes into the research, and as at least what I remember, TRL 3 it should concern with the proof of concept. So and also considering that the question itself is talking about TRL 5, it means that the proof of concept for sure is TRL 4 or 3, maybe even is 3. As we said, if you focus on a TRL 3 project, it's a research. I think the first 3, as far as I remember, the first 3 TRL in the degree scale commonly used is research. And as we say, the focus on research for this program is not really what we expect to receive.
Maybe I can add something.
Yeah.
Can I? Please. Yeah. So, okay, on one side, it's true that, let's say, we don't say it must be technology readiness level 5, 6, or things like this. From one point of view, we say it on purpose. I mean, we leave it like this on purpose because we have different type of applicants. We have also some, we have some more public-oriented projects like with municipalities, regions, and some very close to market or more technological oriented type of project where maybe TRL would make sense. Let's say if it's a technologically driven project and close to market, normally we go, it's the orientatively is 5 and above. But the way we put it in the call document is that, and this is what I mentioned also before, in any case, the project must be able to produce credible and so what is credible means explained and coherent with the actions you perform. And ambitious, it depends on the sector. So because you were asking, okay, now it's not there. Yeah, chemically contaminated water treatment project. This, I mean, the scale of this, it depends. I cannot tell you, 1 million liters, 1,000 liters, 100 liters. This it really depends. So we leave it to a certain extent open. For sure, what is crucial and it's closely assessed is technological readiness in general. I mean, background, previous test, why have you chosen this solution? How this compared to the state of the art? Do you have a pilot? Have you done already some lab tests? So this part, even if there's no strict kind of requirement about the TRL, you need to explain to us. If you don't explain, we most likely will not be able to pass the project. So all this to say, again, we do not have a simple kind of cutoff TRL. Orientatively is 5 and above. But it's very important that you explain to us what is the background of the solution, why you have chosen it, what is the support to justify that this will work. So again, I go back to what I said at the beginning. We're talking about projects implementing, solutions on the ground and bringing real impacts. If it's more testing, trial, and things like this, it's not for life.
Yeah, thank you. And again, you stress the fact that the proposal must be clear, and you have to. We have a very detailed application form with questions that are guiding you as well. So those are not to put constraints, but really to guide you on explaining and presenting us with clarity where you start and what you have done before proposing these solutions. Again, a question. Now we can consider the two questions above on the top answered. This question about the two topic. So here it's what do we call topic? Is it for example, chemical water, or is it beneath the topic? So can this be answered by
I can answer. I can take this, Nadia, if you want.
Yeah.
Because we talk about water quality and quantity, so it's my let's say it's my priority area. Yes. Here you indeed you need to specify what you're going to target because under water quality and quantity, for example, we have several subtopics. We have sustainable urban drainage systems. We have wastewater treatment. So you usually need to have a clear focus in your project in order to have relevant impacts and to have credibility. So if you only target water quality and quantity and you don't specify what you are going to do more precisely, then your project will result quite vague. So it is natural that you will be able to identify a subtopic in your proposal.
Okay. Here, I think the question maybe was more specific on the. Fabio, is it answering exactly the question?
More or less. I mean, we are not to cut it short, to summarize. We are when we mention topic, is not the headings; it's the specific subtopic that you find within that headings. That's the answer.
Okay, thanks. This is what I wanted also to have clarity on. There is a question on noise. That is for my colleague Orestis. So I will give the floor to Orestis. However, he has an issue with his camera, so I don't know if the back office can keep my person with the voice of Orestis just to avoid having a black box. Concerning 2.4 noise, would topic like heat pumps or noise targeted road maintenance choice also fit? Is it, or is the focus on the examples in the call? So Orestis, we are listening to you.
Yeah, actually my problem with the camera is fixed, so great. Yeah, indeed. Low noise road surfaces is perfectly fit and is a good example under noise topic 2.4. Of course, we need you need to read carefully the call document because there needs to be innovative, and the two important aspects is cost efficient and environmental sustainable. But the general answer would be that is an example of a new innovative pavement on for this topic. Regarding the heat pumps, to be honest, I don't understand. I'm information, but for the other part of the question, it's yeah. I think the answer is clear.
Thank you.
Maybe I can.
I want to complement to that one that is important because it's like also road maintenance. I mean, a standard action that is meant to be implemented by the authorities is also not an action that we will cover. See, so that is important, like a standard maintenance of like derived from the legislation. So that is, something that you have to bear in mind. And as like indicated by Orestes, indeed, just take a look carefully because innovative solutions. So we are looking here for innovative solution, densely populated areas. So we have to target that the proposed the solution that you want to deploy, is having an impact on a densely populated area and to targeting as much people or citizens as possible.
Thank you, Manuel, for this specification about the also kind of scope of the intervention. Alors, I think we will have to stop soon. There are still quite a number of questions, and we will have a look to them in detail and potentially also enrich our frequently asked questions. I want to thank again really all the participants, all the panelists and the presentation, the presenter, and I will, because that was very rich, and just also to remind you that as after all the session, we have a poll, I think it's called a poll, in Slido, where you can tell us if you like the presentation and if the information that you received were satisfying to you a lot or just a bit or not at all. So that's very important for us as well to have this information. So I don't know if anybody of my colleague wants to say something, and I will. If not,
good luck.
Yes,
good luck.
basically, it's a good luck in
So
drafting
yes,
prepare
thank
the
you
proposal.
for showing us all, and indeed, good luck. And and again, do not hesitate to contact the live NCPs. The CINEA Life Inquiry function and mailbox are there. And good luck for your proposal preparation and design. So I'm handing the floor maybe to Eva, if you want to.
Bye.
Well, you said everything, Nadia. Thank you also for introducing the poll that, in fact, we would like participants to let us know if they were satisfied with this session. And I would just like to add, yeah, thanks a lot for the participation, and that we will come back here for the persons who are registered or want to follow the session on standard action projects call for proposals under the subprogram Nature and Biodiversity. We will reconvene here this afternoon at 1:30. And then there will be a very interesting presentation on the application process and the evaluation process. So I would also invite everybody to bear with us and to listen also to that presentation, because it would be of interest to all possible applicants. So I would just add to enjoy the lunch, good break, and see you later. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome again to the EU Life Info Days 2026. We are now in the middle of our session on the standard action project calls under the different sub-programs of the LIFE program. And now this afternoon, we will start the session on the call for proposal for standard action projects under the sub-program Nature and Biodiversity. So we have here with us a whole panel of speakers. We will first of all have Laszlo Beksi, Head of Sector Nature and Biodiversity in CINEA, Unit D2, Life Environment. And then after his general presentation and introduction to the call, we will have a presentation by Silvia Barova and Daniel Neuten from DG Environment in the European Commission, who will give us a more detailed presentation about the policy insights and priorities for this call. Then we will have a presentation by Reinhard Struber, project manager of the project Life Dunjas, with a specific example of a nature biodiversity project. And we will have plenty of time for questions and answers. So we hope that this session is useful for all future applicants. And we will also have, after this session, a session on general presentation on the whole application process and the evaluation. So stay with us until the end of the afternoon. There will be time for questions and answers, of course. And I will pass the floor to Laszlo now, who will moderate the session on Nature Biodiversity call. Laszlo?
Thank you, Eva, and welcome everybody to this afternoon session. I hope you are all coffeeed up after the lunch so that you can bear with us for the next about 2 hours and a half, where I will be supported by a strong team from inside CINEA as well as DG Environment, and also a very motivated project later on that will introduce you to how they became successful in applying for the call, and also how they implement their project. It's a very busy project along the Belgian coast. Anybody going there can see their results throughout the whole country. So without much ado, actually, I give the floor to the colleagues from DG Environment. We have two, one from the Nature Unit, another for the biodiversity team dealing with the restoration, and they will introduce us to the main priorities of this 2026 call for proposal. So Silvia, I guess you would start.
Yes, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. I guess someone will show the presentation. Yes. So thank you very much. So what together with Daniel, we're going to present you basically the main scope of the Nature and Biodiversity call for 2026. For those that are aware of the program, there is not a lot of changes compared to last call, but still we will go through the main elements. So as you know, under this call, what we are looking for are for smart and outcome-based a project that brings deals with the implementation of EU nature biodiversity legislation, or the targets of the biodiversity strategy for 2030. There are two intervention areas: space for nature and safeguarding our species. I'll say a few words about it later on. And then also the topics are the nature and biodiversity legislation and policy. Projects which are supporting the implementation of the EU legislation, which are the EU Birds and Habitats directives, including Natura 2000, invasive alien species regulation, and the nature restoration regulation. and then also projects that support certain targets under the EU Biodiversity strategy. Basically, project could support all the targets, but then there is a prioritization for certain targets, and project that contributes to the Trans-European nature restoration, nature network. So the next slide, please. As I said, there are two intervention areas. So in the Space for Nature, we are looking for area-based conservation or restoration projects, those that restore, improve natural habitats or habitats of species, both within and outside the existing protected areas. This such project may also include actions that create additional protected areas, and then you know that we still have to we still have some incompleteness in the Natura 2000 network, in particular marine, and also projects that contribute to ecological corridors or other green infrastructure. And you also are looking for a project that are testing or demonstrating new site management techniques, projects that are acting on pressure on land, and so on. And then the other area of intervention is the safeguarding our species, and those are projects aim to improve the condition of the species, or in case of invasive alien species, of course, to reduce their impact. And it's a kind of quite a broad area of intervention. We are also looking for projects that address threats that may act upon species in addition to the degradation of their habitats. So such projects that they can apply to a wide range. They can apply wide range of measures. Awareness raising of stakeholders, or spanning from hard infrastructure works, and so on and so on. Next slide, please. As we said, that the standard standard action projects should be smart, so they should be specific, and they should target a specific feature, so species or a habitat, to which to improve the conservation status, to be measurable, to be assignable, so to specify who will do what. That's also very important. To be assignable, as I said, to specify who will do what, to be realistic, that they should state that what results will be achieved given the available resources, of course time related, to specify when the results can be achieved by the project. Next slide, please. And then when the applications are submitted, then during the evaluation, there is a prioritization of the project based on their outcome. And then the precondition is that the project should fall under at least one of the two areas, a combination of the two, which we have also seen. So space for nature, as I said, area-based interventions that improve the condition of species or habitats, and or safeguarding our species, improving the condition of species and habitats through activities other than air-based. And then there is a prioritization, which can be divided in two levels. So with priority, we're looking for projects that, like the first level priority, are projects that addressed elements from the EU Habitats Directive, so species which are in unfavorable declining conservation status, in particular in unfavorable bed or declining, so U2 minus. And what is important that they should be such in both national and EU biogeographical level. Then species which are considered priority by the ORNIS committee, and the list is provided in the call for application. Proposals which deals with the coexistence between the humans and large carnivores. Also species and habitats which are not covered by the EU legislation, but they are in a higher extinction risk categories, which is endangered and worse in the EU red list. And by the EU red list, and species and habitats in the ORs and OCTs and associated countries to the LIFE program in high risk of extinction risk categories, again, endangered or worse, in the European or global IUCN Red List, only if they are not covered by the European. And then the second level is for the prioritization of the proposals. Is based on the specific policy priorities in the call document. So the EU Birds and Habitats Directive, EU Nature Restoration Regulation, the Biodiversity Strategy, and the Invasive Alien Species Regulation. So the next slide, please. And then the types of projects. So each project will be assessed on the basis of specific merits it has, whether it's a best practice, demonstration, and projects focusing on best practice are perfectly eligible, as this is a question that we receive quite often. Next slide, please. And then the priorities that are stemming from the EU nature legislation. So priority is given to proposals that improve the conservation status or the trends of species and habitats of the EU importance. And notably where proposals are aiming to implement objectives and measures which are outlined in the path, in the prioritized action framework of a given member state, or at the national restoration plans, but they are not yet finalized under the EU Nature Restoration Regulation, or in other plans such as species action plans or strategies, but the condition is that these plans should be adopted at national, regional, or international level by international level by nature and biodiversity authorities. So these plans should already have to be adopted, and then they contain certain measures and projects, applications which aim implementation of these project measures are eligible, invited to be submitted. And then the other one, the second, it's not the second priority, but the part of this is that activities are focusing on implementation of conservation objectives of the existing Natura 2000 sites. And or in case projects are addressing territories of EU member states and associated countries to which the Birds and Habitats Directive do not apply, activities should focus on similar networks of protected areas where such conservation objectives are clearly established. Actions for improving the conditions of species and habitats for which the site is designated. That should be clear in the establishment of the protected areas. And then also activities of these proposals should focus on reducing the deliberate or accidental killings of the targeted species, like a poisoning, illegal killing, or bycatch, preventing stakeholder conflicts, improving acceptance, and promote coexistence with protected areas. These are also projects for which we are kind of inviting applicants to apply, as they will be seen as a priority. Next slide, please. And then priorities that are stemming from the biodiversity legislation. Priorities are given to proposals that address the invasive alien species. And I will not go here into details because you will hear later on by my colleague Daniel. But those are invasive alien species that are included in the list of invasive species of the Union concern, or other invasive species that are negatively affecting the conservation status of trends of species protected under the Birds and Habitats Directive. But Daniel will explain more in details later on. So the next slide. And then, as I mentioned, apart from the priorities that are stemming from the legislation, there are priorities that are stemming from the EU Biodiversity Strategy. And those are the establishing of coherent network of protected areas by 2030, implementing the EU nature restoration targets for species and habitats, restoring degraded carbon-rich ecosystems, and or prevent and reduce the impact of natural disasters, improving the health resilience of managed forests, reversing the decline of pollinators, bringing nature back to agricultural land, recreating functional ecosystems, bringing nature back in urban, peri-urban areas, and restoring the good environmental status of marine and freshwater ecosystems. And I will go briefly one by one. So the next slide, please. So in terms of establishing coherent network of protected areas, as you know, in terms of this target of the biodiversity strategy, by 2030 in the EU, we need to protect 30% of the land area and 30% of EU sea area, and also integrate the ecological corridors between these areas so that we have a fully established trans-European nature network. And then also proposals contributing to the target of strictly protected areas, at least third of the EU protected areas, which means 10%. And then including all remaining EU primary and all growth forests, also a part of this target. And then of this policy area. So the next slide, please. And then implementing EU nature restoration targets for species and habitats. These are proposals that are focused on implementing national commitments on pledges for improving the state of species and habitats covered by the EU nature directives, including through the transnational transboundary approach, and then proposals that contribute to implementation of national restoration plans under the EU nature restoration regulation. Daniel will also speak about that a bit later on this topic. So the next one, please. And then another priority area is restoring degraded carbon-rich ecosystems and or prevent and reduce the impact of natural disasters. As you know, this is also on top of the agenda now for the Commission. And then priority will be given to a project that focuses on restoring degraded carbon-rich ecosystems. And for forests, this includes proposal aimed at forest restoration to primary forest structures, composition, and function. And then also proposals with a focus of deploying green and blue infrastructure. And then, as you know, there is a EU guidance and other nature-based solutions and restoration actions and that would help prevent or reduce the impact of natural disasters. And the Commission very recently issued communication on the wildfires, for example. So if you go to the next slide, please. And then in terms of improving the health and resilience of managed forests, priority will be given to proposals that demonstrate closer to nature forestry practices. And as you know, there is also guidance that is dedicated to this. So these are practices that try to achieve management objectives with necessary human interventions that aim to preserve biodiversity, prevent wildfires, combine conservation with economic objectives as well. And then proposals ensuring reinforced sustainable forest management for climate adaptation and forest resilience, which this includes financial incentives for forest owners and managers to improve the quality and quantity of the EU forests. And such kind of proposals will be treated with a priority. And then the next slide, please. Then in terms of reversing a decline of we also priorities given to proposals that support implementation of priority 2, which is improving pollinator conservation, tackling the cause of their decline, is a priority 2 of the revised EU pollinator initiative. And in particular, the implementation of the action plans, and then also proposals for restoration of habitats, important for the wild pollinators' life cycle. Proposals that need to outline such proposals, they need to outline how the improvement of the associated pollinator community is taken into account by the project activities. and then proposals that, even if they do not directly address the pollinators, also measure the project success against, among others, the improvement of pollinator communities. Next slide, please. And then bringing nature back to agricultural land. Here, the specificity is that the priority will be given to projects that demonstrate innovative approaches to restoring high biodiversity landscape features in agroecosystems. And what is very important is that we are looking for demonstration projects, but here not for best practice projects. And then the life-funded actions must complement those to be financed under the Common Agricultural Policy strategic plans. And as I said, this is why we are really looking for demonstration or innovative, a project that brings innovative approaches. Next slide, please. And then in terms of policy priority area, recreating functional ecosystems and bringing nature back in urban and peri-urban areas, we are looking for project proposals for restoration of healthy biodiverse ecosystems in urban areas. And also such that contribute to development of a green infrastructure, nature-based solution that brings benefits for the biodiversity while providing solutions to urban challenges like heat or pollution and so on, and increased access to nature, increasing and projects that increase access to nature, especially if they implement the biodiversity objectives and measures that are included in the urban greening plans or urban biodiversity strategies and plans. The next slide, please. And then another priority area under the biodiversity strategy is restoring the good environmental status of marine and freshwater ecosystems. And here we are looking for proposals addressing those. The conservation status, including conservation status of the marine and freshwater ecosystems, and also including proposals for restoring free-flowing rivers, removal of obsolete barriers, and floodplains restoration. So next slide, please. And then this was for the SAP Nature and Biodiversity project, so the standard action project on the nature biodiversity. And then we also have another element, which is about nature governance and information, which is a call which is for the second year now, as you can see it. Before we had only nature governance. Now for the second year there is an element about the awareness raising. And then this is really important from our point of view, because we still have quite a low, although increasing, quite a low understanding of what is the EU, what are the aims of the EU biodiversity policies and the legislation, about understanding of Natura 2000 and also invasive alien species, and what are the main threats and so on. So those are the projects that we are looking for, and in particular improving the awareness of benefits of nature conservation, and in particular, as I said, Natura 2000. In terms of access to justice and compliance assurance, we are looking for projects that establish or enhance cross-border cooperation on national, regional networks of compliance assurance practitioners and experts. And then projects that apply the polluter pays principle or enhance the polluter pays principle, such that develop implement actions under the revised EU action plan against the wildlife trafficking. Projects which develop and implement strategies and policies, and such as develop and use innovative tools and actions to promote, monitor, and enhance compliance, or to ensure the application of the polluter pays principle, through environmental liability, projects that are relevant, that improve relevant information systems that are operated by the public authorities, and engaging with projects that engage with citizens and other stakeholders to promote and monitor compliance. So next one, please. And then I give the floor to Daniel, who will, as mentioned, will tell you more about the invasive alien species regulations and then the nature restoration regulation.
Thanks a lot, Sylvia. Hello, anyone. I will tell you a bit more about two pieces of regulation: the IS regulation, the newest pieces of regulation in our directorate, the nature restoration law. Just to give you some background that could be helpful for your applications. Next slide, please. The IS regulation is there to deal with one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss, invasive alien species. It is biodiversity legislation, so it looks at those species not native to the Union, brought there by human action, that have a direct impact on biodiversity. We do look at economic and human health impact, but those are secondary to biodiversity. The core there is the IS regulation, or the Union list, which lists 114 species that for which concerted action is needed on EU level. These can only be species that are not native to the Union. Next slide, please. All the species that are listed have de facto a trade ban. You cannot keep, trade, breed, release them in the environment. So there's also a phase out for private owners, and businesses have to stop dealing with them. There are some obligations for member states as well. There needs to be a pathway management plan in action. They need to set up early detection and rapid eradication systems, and they need to notify all other member states and the Commission in case of a new introduction or the spread of an IAS that's on this list. Next slide, please. Of course, how do we come to this kind of species? So maybe also species that you're working on that are not on the Union list yet, but that could be covered by the regulation in the near future. We made a horizon scanning report that came to 160 species that are high priority to be considered for listing. Out of those 160, 57 have been identified as high-risk species. And these are species that might be already in the Union or are close to the Union or have a very active pathway that might lead to an introduction. Next slide, please. Here you can see the top of the list, Acacia decurrens. Acacia is quite an invasive genus. There's minor bird species there. Just to give you some inspiration, and that species that might be an impact on European biodiversity already or in the near future. Next slide, please. Let's skip on this one. Next slide, please, because this is less relevant here. Since August 2025, we had the last update of the list, and we added some additional species. Again, Acacia, this time Mirnsi was listed. Some other high-risk species, the Rhinutrias there, 3 of them. Knotweeds, very invasive, very widespread into the Union and having a massive impact on biodiversity. Another high-profile species, Neogale vison, the American mink, that has a major impact on European biodiversity and an active pathway of introduction. Another one that is a group that has been more recent on the attention are the flatworms that get most into the Union through potted plants and that have a massive impact on soil biodiversity. Of course, ants and hornets are 2 additional groups that are can be very invasive and that have a major impact on EU's biodiversity. Next slide, please. We were also happy to see some marine species listed. We had one on the list, but compared to terrestrial and freshwater species, this is a difficult group to deal with. So now we added a seagrass, a sea star, and a clam. They are not in the union yet, but their pathway of introduction might be ballast water, making the chance that they would arrive in the EU quite high. So very happy with this group being tackled, although there are many marine species impacting EU's biodiversity that are not listed for a variety of reasons. Next slide, please. Let's skip this one. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. The nature restoration law. Just protecting our biodiversity is not enough. I think some of our flagship legislation, the Birds and Habitats Directive, have been very good at protecting EU's biodiversity. We're setting up protected areas. But at the same time, we have struggled in keeping them in a good condition. So we need to reverse the negative trend and get to a positive trend. And for that, it was decided to set up the Nature Restoration Regulation to not only protect what we have, but bring it back to a favorable condition and make sure that our biodiversity can thrive. Next slide, please. We need to strengthen what we have, like I said in there. That was also the reason to come to a regulation and not a directive. So it's directly applicable in the whole of the EU. No diversity between member states, no transposition or direct. What's in the regulation is directly applicable in each member state and everywhere the same. Of course, it cannot be seen separately from some other pieces of legislation as the Habitats Directive, as the Birds Directive, but as well the Water Framework Directive and the Marine Strategy Framework Directive. So it's kind of the last piece in the puzzle to make sure that all our ecosystems will get into a favorable condition. Next slide, please. In all, it sets a set of targets that should support the long-term and sustainable recovery of biodiverse and resilient ecosystems, and ask for active restoration of that. Separate secondary goals is to contribute to climate change mitigation, contribute to climate change adaptation, and make sure that we have a land degradation neutrality. There are other goals like enhanced food security and supporting international commitments. But all in all, we want to have 20% of the EU's land and sea areas restored by 2030, and of all ecosystems in need of restoration by 2050. And we do realize this is an ambition target, but we hope that with the solid process we have been setting up and the engagement we do with stakeholders and member states, we will get there. Next slide, please. Some of the specific targets can be seen here. Of course, the first one is very, very directly connected with the Habitats Directive, as it calls for the restoration of protected habitat types. Then another one that closely links as well with the priorities for life, the habitats of protected species, because of course, protecting a species, it also needs the space and a healthy ecosystem to thrive. Marine habitats, urban ecosystems, enhanced river and quality, and we also have a target on pollinators and on agro systems. At the moment, there are national restorations plans and actions, the NRPs, where member states need to set up their national priorities up to 2050 to come to these goals of restoring 20% by 2030 and all ecosystems in nature of restoration by 2050. At the moment, we know all member states are in the process and they are focusing on the basic information for the period after 2032, and then working on that to come to a solid base. We had want them to identify necessary restoration measures, and we do give flexibility on how and where to restore. We have some overall EU targets, but then member states have the flexibility to address those overall targets focused on their local and national conditions. Of course, the RNRPs cannot be seen separately. They have to be seen together within the CFPs, with the CAP plans, and take into account also some of the measures already funded through instruments like LIFE and through the CAP. Next slide, please. At the moment, like I said, member states are working on the nature restoration plans. So the uniform format has been published. Member states are now working on the first draft of the RNRPs, and they have to submit them to the Commission by the 1st of September. And then the Commission will assess them and give feedback to these draft plans by March 2027. Then member states have an additional 6 months to finalize their plans and submit them to the Commission. And then they have to indeed revise those every 10 years. So that the first revision is foreseen by 2032. Next, please. Of course, members, you need some help. So these are some additional pieces of legislation and implementing acts to help member states with these things. So the uniform format has been published. My guidance has been drafted on high diversity landscape futures. The method for how to monitor pollinators to target on pollinator monitoring has been adopted in November. And now currently the Commission is in preparation, the Nature Restoration Financing Report, the reporting format, and then additional guiding frameworks to help member states and stakeholders in reaching these targets. Next slide, please. Next slide, please, because I think this might not be that interesting for our viewers. Next slide, please. There is, of course, it's a new piece of regulation. Everyone is still finding their way. So at the moment, we're working on a digital tool to support the uniform format to make sure that it's easy to fill in, that all available information that is already present with the Commission is already available there, but indeed that it facilitates there. Some additional documents on setting up the NRPs, which language to use on managers, which ecosystem to choose in the prioritization, all of this to support member states with this process. The NNR reference portal is already online. It's on the EEA website, and you can find it in the presentation. And then, of course, additional guidance documents are available and are still more are in the production. So to make sure that the whole implementation of the NRR is being made as easy as possible. Next slide, please. There's some more events around it. There is, of course, the expert group, but also my colleagues are meeting with as many member states as possible. There's a whole tour there, and also meeting with as many stakeholders as possible. Also, of course, the SNAPs and the PLPs under LIFE are already in the process to support the implementation. I will, and I think as well, nature restorations stays a key priority as well for this LIFE goal. Next slide, please. This was it for me. So Laszlo, I give the floor back to you.
Thanks a lot, Daniel, and of course, Silvia, for the very detailed explanations of the policy and priorities that are relevant for the current call. And with this, I will give you the floor to Reinhard from the UNIAS project. And just flagging that in about 10-15 minutes, we will open the Slido so that you can submit your questions for the whole sessions. There will be a Q&A after the two session, the presentations, that from the DG Environment and that from the project. So Reinhard, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm indeed Reinhard from Belgium, from the Life Dunias project. So in the next few slides, I will briefly present our project, and then I will share some tips and tricks about how it's all about coordinating a LIFE project, and some tips and tricks for applying for LIFE. So next slide, please. So yeah, just this slide to show you guys how beautiful nature we have at our coast. You see like dune grasslands, humid dune slags, so lots of European protected habitats at our coast. Next slide, please. And of course, in these habitats, we have lots of European protected species, such as the European tree frog. You see all kind of nice plants, such as the dune pansy and so on. Just to show you that dunes are really important biodiversity hotspots. Next slide, please. But of course, we also have our issues, such as these invasive alien species. So on this slide, you can see the Rosa rugosa, the Japanese rose, which comes from Southeast Asia. I think it's quite clear on this slide. It's really invading everything. All these nice species you saw on the previous slide just disappeared. They don't have any chance. We know in the meantime, we know that Rosa can grow more than 1 meter per year. So it's really competing for the other species. Unfortunately, it's not the only species. We have identified more than 50 shrubby species of alien invasive species. Next slide, please. But luckily for us, the Life Dunias project got approved, during which in our dunes. So on this map, you can see in black our project area, and maybe it's not very clear, but all the red dots are invasive alien species. So yeah, I think it's clear they just grow everywhere. There simply is no dune where they don't grow. So therefore, it's very important to cooperate with a lot of partners to tackle this problem area-wide. So we were able to take 16 partners into this Life Dunias project. It runs till the end of this year, and we got around 7 million euros, from which 60% is co-funded. Next slide, please. So how do we do this? Basically, we just dig with a large excavator in the ground based on the root depth of the plant. So for Rosa rugosa, it will be 1 meter, and then it gets sieved. So the sand gets sifted from the plant materials, the roots and so on. And then the roots get decomposed, and we already see some very nice results. Next slide, please. So this is a picture before and after in De Haan. So left you see a dune that is totally encroached by Rosa rugosa. And then on the right, you see the dune, that's a dune again. You see the sand, you see the paths again, you see some green spots in the back, which is the native vegetation that is recovering. It's also very nice to mention that on this picture, there are 3 partners cooperating. So the dune in front is from us, from the Nature and Forest Agency. The roads is from the Agency of Roads and Traffic. And on the other side of the road is the Agency for Maritime Services. So it's really nice to have all these partners in the project. Next slide, please. And then just some pictures to show you that the native vegetation really recovers fast. So for instance, you can see the dune pansy in the right picture underneath, or the sea spurge in the middle. So these were all places where this invasive alien species grew before, and now native vegetation is recovering. It's really nice to see. Next slide, please. And last but not least, of course, in the LIFE project, you don't only do terrain actions. Sensitization is super important. We have a lot of communication and sensitization actions. For instance, we sensitize the professional sector. On the left picture, you can see landscape architects, people from garden centra that we are sensitizing invasive alien species. On the central picture, you can see people from a municipality that we are sensitizing about invasive alien species and to use endemic species. And on the right, you can see just citizens we are sensitizing, or private gardeners we are sensitizing about invasive alien species. Next slide, please.
So why did we apply for LIFE? So we had a large-scale challenge, being these invasive species that just grew everywhere alongside our coast. So it was quite clear we needed to do an area-wide approach. And it was very interesting for us to use LIFE to convince these partners with the extra budget. So we could convince more than 15 partners, which was really nice. Of course, we also have additional budget for ourselves to do a lot of these actions. And we could also recruit additional staff, which is also interesting. For instance, a land purchaser or a communication expert. Next slide, please. So from proposal to reality, some slides. First, you have the proposal phase. You think about the concept. You think about a nice name. A glass of wine might help, I have put here, or a nice beer. You have a lot of these nice acronyms. For instance, we have Life Dunias, which stands for Dune Improvement by Tackling Invasive Alien Species. But there are a lot of life projects with these nice names. Then you think about possible actions, share your idea with potential partners, and then you meet with interested partners and ask them about actions, and then you select the best actions. We did it with an internal jury who were realistic and had an okay budget. Then we made a detailed planning, and of course, it's a lot of typing, these proposals. And then you submit the proposal, and again, you have a good beer, and you have a nice moment. And then in this right picture, you can see a chicken, and it was an egg that hatched when I was typing a new life proposal last year. So the chicken hatched during the writing process, and it walked a lot over my laptop when I was typing. So it typed a lot of strange words with its paw, so I had to delete a lot of words. But it was also resting on my laptop for the warmth. So we had a nice time typing this new life proposal. Next slide, please. And then here you see a picture I took on the day I got news that the proposal was positively evaluated. So this is the same chicken you saw on the previous slide. So this is 6 months later. So I think it's a really nice story from proposal to an approved project. And here we got the story from an egg to a chicken on the same moment. So I really wanted to mention this in the presentation. So you have time to drink. You are very happy when a proposal gets approved, but then some administration will start. Some remarks will follow. You have to adjust some actions. You have to answer some questions from CINEA, and maybe you also will have to adjust some budget. You will also have some administration in an online portal, and then you have to collect a lot of signatures. And then at the end, the grant agreement will be signed if everything is going according to plan. Next slide, please. And then your project can start. So here I put a picture from the Life Dunias project, the first big works on terrain with some of our managers. So that was a nice moment. So when a project starts, you of course you start recruiting the staff you have foreseen. Then you set up an internal organization. You search a project coordinator. That's my job, and so on. You make a detailed planning. You have a kickoff meeting with your project partners. You start with the first actions, and then of course your project is running for the next years. Next slide, please. Of course, there are also some challenges in these projects. One of our challenges was budget. We had the Corona crisis, which led to a big inflation. So there was more budget needed than foreseen. Also recruitment. I think we only had our staff maybe 4 or 5 months after the project started. So it's a tip to start on time with recruitment of staff. Permits is a time-consuming process. So for instance, when you have to do works in a heritage landscape, start on time for these permits. Also the dependency on external stakeholders. So we are really happy that we have a lot of stakeholders in Life Dunias, but it's also a challenge because you have more administration with more stakeholders, of course. And we also had some changes in planning. For instance, we could not work during the breeding season, but also not in the tourist season. We have a coast that is visited a lot by tourists. So we can only work from September till March, what is a quite restricted period. Next slide, please. But we also have some positive surprises. So even more instances joined our project. Nice to see. At least 2 extra partners joined. They saw that Live Dunias was running good, and they joined and they paid themselves to remove additional invasive alien species. So yeah, that was super to see. The project is also a means of applying for additional internal funding. So we needed more money to remove more invasive alien species, more money from our minister for environment. So that was also very good. We have good results. So after we remove the invasive species, mostly they are gone. So that's also nice to see. We get almost exclusively positive feedback from the public. So it's really important to communicate and to sensitize about your actions. If you write a proposal, definitely take into consideration a good sensitization campaign. And the LIFE project is also a very nice networking opportunity. I've put a picture from our START conference. It was an expert workshop in a Coxede with dune managers from all over Europe. So that's a very good opportunity to exchange knowledge and a network. Next slide, please. Then a little bit about the reporting during a LIFE project. So you will get project monitoring visits by Elman. Usually it's a part inside where you present the LIFE project. What have you done the last year and the last months? How did everything go? What did not go good, and so on. And then in the afternoon, we usually do a terrain visit to show how the terrains have evolved, how invasive alien species have been tackled, and so on. The picture here is taken last year in July when we had our last monitoring visit. It was one of the warmest days of the year, but we saw some orchids and had an ice cream with the monitoring team. So it was a really nice day. Reporting is quite okay. So yeah, the technical part is nice and is relatively easy. It's good to summarize for yourself what you did the last months and years. Of course, you also have the financial reporting, which is a little bit more work. You have some Excel sheets you have to fill in and some annexes. And just to give you an idea, my last midterm report was around 60 pages. So I think that's quite okay. You also have some deliverables and annexes that you have to upload, but that's quite fun work. Next slide, please. So what does it mean to coordinate a LIFE project? So yeah, you have to report regularly to CINEA and Elman. You have to do the planning, timekeeping, so that you stay in your planning that you told CINEA. You have a lot of partner meetings. You have to coordinate your partners. You have to ensure compliance with LIFE rules. For instance, you have the LIFE logo displayed on all your communication materials and so on. You work with partners across Europe. So we have our European dune network. That's super interesting to network with dune managers from lots of European countries. And I think the nicest part, sometimes you have this field visit and you have terrain actions where you really can change something about nature on terrain. Next slide, please. So what is my role exactly in Live Dunias? I do the overall coordination. So that's a bit what I told on the previous slide. I also do internal team coordination. So we have a team with 4 members of the Nature and Forest Agency. You have a land purchaser, we have a communication expert, and someone who coordinates the works on terrain, and then myself as a coordinator. I'm also leading and following up specific actions. For instance, in 1 month, we will have a big conference, our final conference. I'm busy preparing this conference. I'm also drafting tender documents, supervising contracts. I follow up studies, for instance, the socio-economic study that is foreseen as part of Live Dunias. I follow up field actions. I do communication, awareness raising. And I also do some knowledge exchange. For instance, I give guest lectures to garden architects, to schools, to people that will evolve to the professional sector, and so on. Next slide, please. So this is a slide with some lessons learned from Live Dunias and implemented in Live Kokon. So Life Kokon is the proposal I wrote last year with the chicken you saw in some of the previous slides. So Kokon stands for Connecting Coastal Nature. It was positively evaluated. So we built in slightly more budgetary margin. We made slightly longer and realistic project duration. So Dunjas is 5 years. Kokon will be 6 years. Just as Dunjas, we put an area covering approach in Life Kokon, also with multiple partners. That's very important. We made a clear and consistent project story. So in Dunjas, the consistent story, it's all about these invasive alien species. In Kokon, it will be about connecting dunes. So it's important to have a consistent story in the Life project. We also made a well-structured cost breakdown per action. So the more detail, the better, I think. We also left room for unforeseen circumstances, for instance, applying for permits. And just as Life Dunjas, we put a strong focus on awareness raising and communication. And we added good maps. It's important to make good maps of your terrain actions in your proposal. Next slide, please. And then I think my last text slide is some advice for new Life applicants. So start well in advance. You won't be able to do it in some days. Take into account multiple weeks for writing. And it's best to make a proposal team. So I didn't do these things alone. We made a team together. So I found someone to help me with last minute things. So the days before the proposal deadline, find someone who can help you with unforeseen circumstances. Find someone to help you making the maps in a GIS program. Find some extra experts to help you with advice about terrain matters and so on. And even if gets not approved, you will get valuable comments from CINEA, so that's also important to know. And based on these comments, you can make a new second proposal. And maybe last but not least, go on holidays after you have submitted your proposal. It can be quite intense writing a proposal. It's super interesting. You learn a lot by writing these things, but it will take time writing it. So after I submitted Kokon, I went for a week to Norway. It was really nice. I saw Capercaillie, I saw the Northern Lights. So it was really good to take a week off, and then I could start again with life. So next slide, please. And then my last slide is maybe an invitation for those who want. In about 1 month, we have our final conference from the Life Dunjas project, which will take place in Kokside. So here we will exchange a lot of information about dune management, about invasive alien species management, but also a lot of other Life projects from other European countries will be presented. So I think it will be really interesting to learn about how Life projects work. So people who are interested, scan this QR code, or you can just go to our website. If you type Life Dunjas in Google, you will find the website, and there you will also find the information about the project and the conference. So the next slide should be the last one, I think, yes. So thank you for the attention, and also thanks to Life for the opportunities we got with this very nice projects.
Thanks a lot, Reinhard, for this motivating presentation. I think you gave very good ideas for all the potential applicants to how to write a proposal, but also how to implement one. Also, what actions to consider, the time frame, the permits are very important, because I think you cannot build in enough buffer period for that. Also regarding the difficulties in regard to put together the budget, the stakeholders, to consider whom to involve, whom not. So it's I think it was very useful. Thanks a lot, and I'm aware of the. I look forward that you have a successful closing event, because the project was really well implemented.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I believe with this we close the sessions, the presentations, and now we have time for the question answers. I believe the Q&A open, so you should see the Slido QR code, I think, that you could use. Colleagues, I'm not sure if you can present it. Yes. And we of course have a few questions already from the day before, those that we postponed to this day. So I take immediately the first one from there. But please feel free to add more questions based on the presentations you have listened to today, or for issues that you haven't heard of but you are interested in. So let's see the first one. So if a standard action project includes actions for both EU priority species or habitats and non-EU priority species and habitats, how should applicants calculate the percentage of EU contribution? I guess it could be for Anita.
Yeah.
My colleague who is the coordinator for.
Hello, everyone. So indeed, but there's nothing to calculate actually, because the contribution is 60%, up to 75%, only if the project targets exclusively priority habitats and species. And you have the exact listing of these, what we consider as priority habitat and species in the call document. So you should go into the call document and check. So it's either 60% or up to 75% in under these conditions. So there's no real calculation to do. If it's a mix between priority and non-priority habitat and species, then it's 60%.
Thank you, Anita. That was clear. The next question would be for Silvia, I believe, about connectivity actions between Natura 2000 sites. What level of protection is required so that it's considered sufficient?
Yes, thank you very much for the question. The whole logic is that when you do an interventions under a life project, then the results of this life project are sustained in a longer term. So basically, there is no requirement for those corridors to be designated as a particular type of protection, but the type of protection should ensure the long-term sustainability of the results of the interventions that you have had. So basically, you have to come with a proposal. What is the best way how these corridors to be protected? Colleagues can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's the logic behind the requirements.
Yes, if I can.
Yes, go ahead.
No, yes, indeed. So a guarantee, it's important that a guarantee must be provided for the long-term sustainability of the activities, but also of the effects and results of the activities that are implemented. And this can be in the form, indeed, for giving the sites the most appropriate legal protection. It can also be done through long-term contractual agreements, like of 20 years, more or less. And even when legal protection and long-term contractual agreements are not possible, the applicant should provide a thorough justification and clear evidence that an appropriate, for example, land use planning is the most at the most relevant administrative level is well thought through. So it's actually up to the applicant to explain why the option chosen is considered sufficient for securing the longevity of the investment. So there's no fixed rule, but it's up to the applicant to come up with the best option.
Thank you both. So the next one would be, I think again for Silvia. Can a life nature and biodiversity project target habitats located outside Natura 2000 areas? In 25 evaluation, we received criticism on the evaluation phase regarding targeting grasslands outside Natura 2000 sites.
Yes, again, I can say what is the principle. Actually, if you work on grasslands, which are grasslands triggering Natura 2000 conservation, you need to designate these areas as a Natura 2000 sites by the end of the project. I'm speaking about the principle, so I don't know the concrete example. So again, I'm clarifying the principle here. So I believe that was the case, and maybe there is no guarantee that these areas will be designated as Natura 2000 sites afterwards. But also activities outside Natura 2000 site, as Anita said, are allowed for, let's say, connectivity purposes, or for example, connectivity purposes. But again, as Anita mentioned in the reply for the previous questions, again, these areas should receive a protection, being a legal protection or long-term agreements with the landowners, so that the results of the actions of the LIFE project that was implemented are sustained, as I said, in a longer term. But that's, as I said, that's the principle, and then it's well elaborated also in the call for applications. But this particular case, I cannot comment because I don't know the details, but I believe that's the basis for this criticism that was given.
Thanks, Emian. We can take the next one, which would go to Daniel. I hope you can respond to that. So how does it affect that the nature restoration plan is not yet available while we are developing a LIFE project that is expected to align with that plan? How will the LIFE assess projects in relation to the NRP not developed?
There will be draft plans submitted to the Commission by September. So while we understand the challenges here, which is unfortunate for this call, that the plans are in development, we do know that most member states are quite open and transparent. So the draft plans are discussed and should be at least helping you to align with this plan. And we also know several member states having quite participatory processes where stakeholders and land managers are giving feedback and process into those NRPs. And then, of course, for then the process after, in September, the draft plans are available. So even they're not finished yet, which is not ideal, I admit that, there is a way for assessing the relationship between the LIFE projects and the NRPs. But again, for this call, this is a particular challenge that should be solved after September.
Indeed, and the deadline for the restoration plans is early September, while for the proposals it's late September. So hopefully this is also encouragement to keep the deadlines for the NRP submission.
That would be ideal, Laszlo, that member states would respect the deadline, of course.
Yeah. So it's another little push. So the next question, I think it would be for Anita. Are there considerable differences in the priorities and or procedures of Core 26 as compared to Core 25 projects, which will be resubmitted this year?
No, not really. No, there are no substantial changes or differences between for the policy priorities. Nothing has changed, and procedure,
Indeed, also because we are under the same work program, so there is no, the work program covers 25, 27, so there is no change.
Yeah, I encourage to read the call document because maybe we just slightly change some wording to clarify things. But I cannot think of any substantial difference between the two call documents. But please still read the call document.
Yeah, I agree. The next question I think we have covered previously. It seems to be the same as we have just. That was kind of the first one. So I think we could drop it regarding the calculation of EU contribution that Anita has answered. So well, this is a good question. I will see who can answer it, or somebody can volunteer. So how is innovation interpreted in nature project? As in environment, is it necessary to be innovative at the level of the state and or sector?
I can answer.
Anita, maybe Anita, go ahead. Yeah.
It's not as important as in environment projects, but interpretation is the same. It's a pilot or demonstration projects. They need to come with some innovative aspects. But under the nature call, it's mostly best practices are also allowed. So in the end, we normally receive mostly best practice projects. Very, very, very little innovative projects, unfortunately, but they are very much welcome. But the definition is the same as in environment.
Thanks, Anita. The next is clearly for Reinhard. So, like Dunias, you note a strong focus on communications throughout your projects actually. Do you have a specialist communication partner to carry out this activity? So, Reinhard?
Mostly we do these communication actions ourselves. We have a lot of partners, so one partner assists us with some communication on their website and also on a citizen science platform, so that's interesting. Another partner helps us with knowledge exchange on a knowledge exchange platform. But most face-to-face communication we do ourselves. Like I give a lot of training and sensitization actions to a broad public. But of course, we also have our communication officer who does social media and our website. But most things we do ourselves. But it might be an option to take a communication specialist partner in a live project, I think.
Thank you. The next would be for Silvia. Restoring carbon-rich ecosystems, such as peatlands, is a restoration priority, but it is also an approach for climate change mitigation. Are such projects eligible under both calls? Is this a conflict?
Yes, so it's not a conflict at all, but it's a complementarity, I could say, because as the person that asked the question said, it's a priority for restoration, but also because it links to climate change mitigation. Such kind of projects are eligible under both calls, but of course there are difference between the calls and the objectives. And then I invite those that are interested to read both the Nature and Biodiversity call and then also the Climate Mitigation and Adaptation call, because there are differences of how this project has to be proposed, also how the impact is measured, and so on and so on. So I would advise you, please read the call documents of both conflict.
In the opposite, it's
Exactly,
synergies.
complementary,
So,
exactly.
yeah. So we even might reward it depending on how you present the project. Yes, it's be for Gustavo. So live governance. Since now this call is under nature and biodiversity, does it mean that there are only 2-3 projects awarded like in the past? Which are the main changes?
Okay, something important to keep in mind is that the budget has increased a little bit. It is now around, well, it is 7.5 million. So that will mean that there are around 5 projects. That estimated number of projects will be around 5. So there's we can take on, we can fund more projects now, and just keep in mind as well that the objectives and the scope has broadened a little bit. Now we have 3 different subtopics. The first one is behavioral change and awareness raising activities that was brought back last year. So please read through the call. We have compliance assurance, public participation and access to justice, and a new, quite limited, but a new subtopic, which is enabling actions for replication and upscaling of proven solutions. So again, I will invite you to read the call in detail to see what types of activities and actions can be funded.
Gustavo. The next one would be for Silvia. The call mentions Natura 2000 or National Protected Area designation. could local, subnational, governmental, municipal protected area designation be considered equivalent to provide a guarantee for long-term continuation?
Well, so the call is the call document is very explicit on the requirements, and as you know, also there is a very explicit requirement for designation for 2000 sites. So I cannot say whether they're equivalent or not, but if the project proposal address species or habitats which trigger the designation of Natura 2000, being habitats of Annex 1 of Habitats Directive or Species Annex 2 of the same directive, or Annex 1 of the Birds Directive, or areas where there are significant, where there is a significant number of birds on the way on migration concentrate, this should be designated as Natura 2000 sites. So if the project address are species or habitats or works on connectivity, then it's for the project applicant to explain what kind of a protection, ensuring the long-term protection, being protected areas, governmental, national type of protected areas, or long-term agreements with the landowners will secure the protection of the area where the interventions were taken part. But it's, of course, all about what the project is targeting and what is the purpose of the project.
Thanks, Silvia. I guess we stay with you because the next question is very similar, and you partially replied to already. So is it possible to work on a project that is not necessarily based on Natura 2000 area?
Yes, I mean, if you work on protecting our species intervention area, it's not necessarily that the project is happening in Natura 2000 area, for example. If I understood correctly the question, but I believe. So if you address, I don't know, conflict management with large carnivores, yeah, there is not necessary that you explicitly work in a Natura 2000 area.
Yeah, so rather stress.
Yes, it depends on the project's objective.
Exactly, yeah.
So it can be,
Indeed.
depends, yeah.
And then we can continue with you because it's related question. So does this mean, I don't exactly know what this means, but does this mean that if a project restores habitats of EU importance outside the Natura 2000 network, the area must be designated as a Natura 2000 site by the end of the project? Is connectivity the only exception?
Yes, it must be designated as a Natura 2000 site.
Yeah, well, yeah, if I may. It is possible that activities take place outside Natura 2000 as long as evidence is provided that the investment improvement of the ecological coherence of the Natura 2000 network. And as Silvia said earlier, it is fundamental that a guarantee is provided for the long-term continuation of this investment. It normally should take the form of giving the sites the most appropriate legal protection status, but also the long-term contractual agreements can do the thing, depending, again, as I said, also when I replied to an earlier inquiry, it's the applicant has to demonstrate that this is the best option to guarantee the long-term sustainability of the effects of the impact of the activities implemented on the site.
Thank you. The next, I will try to answer myself. Land purchase from private entities. Does it mean that the land should be owned by a private entity, or does it mean that only private entities can purchase land? For example, can a municipality or a public authority purchase land? But this provision is actually to avoid that we buy land from public entities, because from public entity, in the case of public ownership, you expect that that land which is managed in accordance with the legislation, it's restored, etc., as it should be to ensure the protection of the habitats and species. So in fact, this provision, in fact, any of the beneficiaries can buy land from private entities. So the a national park can buy it, so public entities can buy it, the NGOs can buy it. There is of course a strong, like a long list of, I think, 10 or so conditions that these cases have to fulfill. And one of the most important, that this land should be set aside for forever for nature conservation, and it should be within Natura 2000. And yeah, regarding it answered that of course municipality and public authority can purchase the land. And if colleagues you want to add something, or if not, then we can go to the next question. I would say it would be for Silvia. Can a proposal for not be a species that is not listed at any priority level but is only vulnerable have any potential? I mean, does it have a chance?
Well, it will not be considered. Yes, of course, it has a potential, but it's not considered as a priority because the priorities, as mentioned, is that it should be a species which is not protected. If the species is not protected under the Birds and Habitats directives, then it should be endangered or worse status on the IUCN.
Can I add something?
So yes, please, Anita.
Go ahead, Anita.
Yes, of course, there is a potential because it's not, you will see, I think in the next presentations, there will be a colleague will speak about the award criteria and evaluation process. And you will see that your proposal is evaluated based on 4 award criteria. And one award criteria, the first one, is the relevance, and it is influenced by exactly this. If the species is in a bad conservation status, or is just vulnerable, or the conservation status basically, or the extinction risk category it belongs to. But this is just one award criterion. Then there are several others that also then add up, and then the final score determines where you are on the ranking list. So maybe the species you're targeting is not in the worst conservation status, but your project is excellent, so it scores high on the other award criteria. It does stand a chance, after all, if we have to be honest, it does. But of course, it will score much lower under the first award criteria on the relevance and urgency of the project.
Indeed. Thank you, both. The next question would be for Silvia. How does a live river restoration project legally justify work outside Natura 2000 zones to ensure these actions are directly necessary for species inside the SAC and SPA boundaries? Silvia.
Yes. But I mean, when you design your project, you address a species. Wait for a second. How does a live river restoration project legally justify work outside Natura 2000 zones to ensure these actions are directly necessary for species inside? But I mean, you have to justify that by improving the connectivity or water. You're removing barriers which are upstream of a Natura 2000 site or something like that improves the targeted Natura 2000 site, despite the fact that your activities are outside. As I said, I mean, remove a barrier. I'm improvising now. Removing a barrier or include a fish passes or something like that. It's a justification. It could be a justification for why you're working outside Natura 2000 areas, because your activities are directly benefiting the species or the habitats unprotected in the SAC or SPA. If I understood correctly the question, but I think that was the base of it.
I think that's the good answer, because it's one of the cases where you remove a threat or pressure from outside the site, which is can result in your can improve the situation inside the site, also habitats and species living there. I think that's a good answer. I think I'm afraid it's again yours, Silvia. Does the project's intervention area need to be protected area, nature reserve, etc., or an area with a special designation? heritage, or can it be a regular area?
I think we have already
Yeah, I
replied
think
several
it's
times
yeah. So it's I think we covered this element.
to this. And again, I invite the person that asked this question, please look at the call document.
And also to see how the provisions of your, because a regular area depends what it means, but heritage area
exactly
is how it's described and what kind of provisions the protection has. So you have to see a bit how they comply with our conditions.
Yeah, yeah, indeed, there's no specific answer to this one.
Yeah.
It all depends on the project objectives.
Yeah.
That's all.
Indeed.
And maybe what is important to highlight is that only wild flora and natural and semi-natural habitats can be targeted. I don't know if this, is in line with the question, but this is important to know as well.
Yeah, it was not mentioned so far, but it's indeed a very fundamental condition. Yeah, I think the next one we already had. I would go to the the prioritization in 2 levels. Means that proposals under first level will be first granted, and if funds remain, proposals addressed in the second level will be considered. I think it's for Anita.
Okay, no, it's not really that. That was more to explain how we assess the urgency of the project to give a score to the first award criterion I mentioned earlier, so relevance. Award 1 would get a higher score if the project targets that is in a worse conservation status because it's more urgent, basically. And if it is not in the worst conservation status, then we look at the relevance or the contribution of the project to the policy objectives that Silvia and Daniel explained. So yeah, it's again, it's to be able to give a proper score to the award criterion relevance. Is to explain a bit how this is done.
The next one would be, again, Sylvester Anita. Could we have more precision about the following condition? Applicants need to take into account an obligation to maintain ecological effect of the project activities for at least 20 years after the project ends. So Anita.
Yeah, well, it's what we said several times already. It is crucial that the long-term effects of the project are maintained, are sustained in the long term, that the effects or the activities themselves do not just end after the project is finished and then everything is back, everything goes back from scratch. And so all the investment that the applicant has put and also the EU funds have a long-term effect. So this can be done through long-term contractual agreements of at least 20 years. It can be protecting the area targeted by the project or a proper land use planning. There are several ways. And again, it's up to you to tell us why this is the best way to guarantee the long-term effect of your project.
I think we might have time for another question, and which would be for Daniel, so that also he has a chance to speak. What ecosystem services are implied? They are never mentioned explicitly. Why is it so?
Because there are so many of them. So we could make a very, very long list and then still have many gasps. So I think it's important to look at your project, which ecosystem services are relevant, explain which ones there are and which ones you're addressing. Because indeed, we could never make an exhaustive list, and that would be also not justified because you would always leave some out, and those people would then be disadvantaged. So please look at your project, which ecosystem services are relevant and are being addressed by your project, and explain that in your proposal.
Thanks, Daniel, and thank you, team. So I believe we close now this session, and then there will be a final Q&A at the end where we may come back to some of the issues if needed. So Eva, I think the floor is yours, and we can get to the next step of the afternoon.
Thank you, Laszlo,
listening.
thank you much for moderating this session and for the timely end. But before you leave, well, I would like to thank also, of course, all the speakers and also all the panelists who took part in this question and answer session, which wasn't easy, but well done. I see that there are still around 20 questions that were not answered, unfortunately, but for timing constraints, we have to stop the question and answers here. And I would remind our participants that they can come back for the final question and answer session at 3:45 after the next presentation. But I would also like to ask participants, please take part in the Slido poll, just to quickly let us know what did you think about this session. Were you satisfied with the information that you received during this session? And then, of course, you will have the chance to give us more detailed feedback through a survey that will be launched in the next week. So please stay in Slido. Answer this simple question: are you satisfied with the information you received during this session? And then we will jump directly into the next session with Bernd. So say goodbye to our speakers now. Thanks a lot for joining. And I would invite Bernd to come back and to start when he's ready his presentation on the application process and on the evaluation by CINEA of the proposals that we receive under this the calls for proposals. So this is really of relevance for all applicants, and we hope that you'll find it interesting. And after this presentation, as a reminder, we will have 1 full hour of questions and answers on the application process and evaluation. So stay with us until the end, and thank you for your attention. Bernd, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Eva, and good afternoon, everyone. Apologies for my bit rusty voice. I hope I will get through the 45 minutes without further damage. While following the previous presentations on the call priorities of the LIFE standard action projects, I would like to guide you now through the application process from, how to apply, and to provide you a little bit of more insights regarding the approach and the steps we do or we take when we evaluate at CINEA your proposals. The time is rather limited, so I will only scratch the surface of it. And you have the national contact points, for example, in each of the member states. They organize national info days. They even organize writers' workshops. So please take those opportunities also to get familiar with this process. So I would like to use a constructed hypothetical case. You have seen the very, very broad areas which the LIFE program covers with the standard action projects, and this slide symbolizes it. It's from cycling to buildings to windmills to tractors to farmers to biodiversity to the bears to the lynx to wolves to cars and charging stations and the factories, and so really a very, very broad scope which we are covering here. Now this presentation is meant to address the main aspects and features of an application. Some of the information or some ideas have already been presented just in the previous session. The example on the Belgian dunes gave already a lot of very good hints and suggestions how to write a good proposal. But let me just have a hypothetical example. Imagine there is an owner of a medium-sized logistics company running a logistics distribution hub outside a large city. And the company is specialized on covering the last urban mile, meaning the goods which come to the logistics center will be transported into the city and distributed there. And in the recent years, the owner of the logistics center was challenged with various challenges. First, that the light-duty vehicles, or all the vehicles, they have come into age and slowly need to be replaced. Due to the war in Iran, the fuel costs have exploded, and diesel is really expensive and has a considerable impact on the costs of the freights. The local authority has introduced a low emission zone in the city to reduce noise and improve the air quality, reduce the particulate matters and the NOx in particular. But also in the company, the employees increasingly complain about the working conditions and the increased heat stress, in particular in summer during heat wave situations. But overall, the company owner also wants to convert the company into a more green, climate-friendly company, because they see an advantage, a competitive advantage in this. So the owner, let's invent a name, maybe Eleni, knows about similar problems of other distribution hub owners, and she thinks, well, we need to do something maybe jointly, or I'm a front runner and start with it. And she has a number of ideas to green her business, like replacing the combustion engine trucks with electric vehicles, maybe also with fuel cell vehicles. They'll need to look into that. Install maybe fuels charging system on the yard. Maybe having also photovoltaic panels on the roofs so that they can use solar power for the fleet, but also greening the area, and have maybe even with nature-based solutions a beekeeping activity there. Also to introduce new IT system, you name it. So Eleni discovered the LIFE program as an option for support for these ambitious plans, and she joined the Info Day. Hi, Eleni, in case you are here, just say hello. But however, despite the different presentation she is still not yet fully sure whether to submit her proposal under the quality of life, circular economy quality of life sub-program, because she wants to improve the air quality in the city, or whether it maybe even fits under the biodiversity because of the nature-based solutions and the beekeeping, or under climate action because she wants to reduce the CO2 emissions and the related greenhouse gas emissions, and to support an action which is even reflected documents the support to the shift of zero-emission mobility in road transport, which you can find in the call document of climate action, for example. So she is now pretty clear. She has received the link to the funding and tender portal, which is on the next slide. And this funding and tender portal offers for her the one-stop shop for all the funding opportunities of the European Commission. So she can also check what are the other programs are offering. And in doing so, she considers the LIFE program as the most suitable ones because of the flexibilities the program offers in terms of duration of the project. She can do the budget. She can do it as a single company for the time being, and not to look for other entities in other European countries. so we can go to the next slide. Because now she is trying to find her way in through this portal. The first challenge she already has is under L, life. She doesn't find anything, but then finally under program for the environment and climate action, she finds it on the left side. And here there are the different topics or calls referenced, and she selects the 2026 standard action projects for climate action, and she sees on the right side or on the center that 3 topics are offered. So those are the 3 topics in this particular case: climate change adaptation, climate change mitigation, and governance and information. So she is on the right path, and she goes on by choosing one of the priorities, not exactly knowing what is required. So we can go to the next slide. What she was trying to find. So on the left side, she has a navigation pane where there is general information about this call, the topic description, conditions, various documents, partner search, and in particular the reading the areas of intervention. She cannot find the place on the transport and mobility. So she checks again. Yes, she has chosen for climate change adaptation. So she goes back to choose the right one. So of course, you need to be clear of what you want and in which topic priority you want to submit something. And if you are clear, then you have the button where you can start the submission of your proposal. Before we go to that step, there's still some homework to do. And on the next slide, I just highlight the main relevant documents which Eleni is looking up. So there is the life regulation, which contains certain information. There is the multi-annual work program, which covers the period 2025 to 27, where we set the priorities, and the topics remain rather stable during that period. But most important is the call document, and for each of the life sub-programs for the standard action projects, we have one dedicated call document. So in case you want to submit something under circular economy, quality of life, choose the right document. The same for nature, biodiversity, choose the right document, and for climate action also choose the right document. The documents are, and next slide please, are structured in a similar way, or let's say most of the chapters are even the same. So in the beginning, you will find background information of what is the LIFE program, a short explanation again about the different sub-programs, including clean energy transition, for which you will get more information tomorrow. And then you have the chapter number 2, and chapter number 2 is different in all this in all the call documents. Chapter number 2 describes the different types of actions, the objectives of the actions, the themes and the priorities, the areas of intervention, and some further information. So that is the core chapter for determining under which priority your proposal would fit best. Then you will have further explanation related to the available budget for this particular call, and also an indication of how many proposals we will fund. At the end of the presentation, I will briefly go into the let's say success rate, which you have to expect. You have a timetable with the respective deadlines, then information about what you have to comply with to be admissible, then eligibility criteria, who are the eligible participants, the consortium composition, what are the eligible activities, also the geographical location of your proposed action. Then there is a quite extensive chapter on financial operational capacity and exclusion. We provide information about evaluation and the award procedure, which contains also the award criteria and the ranking, how we do the ranking later on. Then on the next slide, there is then a large chapter on the legal and financial setup of your grant agreement. I also would like to encourage you to look at the model grant agreement, which is part of the package you find in the funding and tender portal, because you also need to know of what are you signing at the end, and are you actually be willing and able to sign for such a endeavor. So under this chapter 10, you have a lot of information about the starting the duration of a project, the forms you have to fill, the budget categories, how you report, how you get terms of pre-financing, what kind of certificates are needed, and so on. And then there is some further support information on how you submit an application, some references where you can get help, and other important aspects. Don't forget, there is also on the live website a frequently asked questions section, which is continuously updated and provides answers to frequently asked questions. And there you might get also questions answered which you are maybe not sure about. So, I mean, Eleni is now clear. She wants to submit a proposal. So the next slide. We have application forms, and they are same for all the standard action project calls. Let's have a quick look in the next slide about just the first page of next slide, please. The first page of what you would see. So you have certain information, again, the topic where you are in. So your company needs to be registered in the system with a personal identification code, a PIC number, which is created if not, which the company needs to create if not yet in place. Yeah, next click, please. So there are a couple of bubbles coming up. There is a place where the right templates are stored. There is a section on support documents, again on the left side, and on the bottom, and this is what in the last session was very nicely illustrated. How important an acronym, for example, can be for an easy catch or easy recognizability of the proposal, and also the project summary. I mean, the project summary is very important. It's the business card of your proposal. The proposal will go through many hands, and some of those hands, they rely particularly on the summary of the proposal, and the first impression always is which lasts longest. So we take really good care of a nice catchy acronym and a very good catchy summary. So there is one, yes, those are the templates where and then we have the support documents. So on the next slide, I would like to quickly go through the structure of the proposal. What is expected from you to write. So the proposal is structured in three main parts. The part A are administrative forms, and they are generated in the portal submission system. Then we have the part B, which is a technical description, which is going to be uploaded as a PDF. And the part C are the, sorry, here is something sneaked in, which is wrong. The live project indicators. You may still find that term in a form unless this is meanwhile updated. Sometimes it takes a little bit to have this. I mean, everywhere this because before it was called the key performance indicators, they were relabeled into live performance indicators. So anything what you see as KPIs, please understand it with the live performance indicators. So what is expected from you in part A? Next slide, please. So the general information, the title panel, and then there's also descriptor where you are requested to choose the right area of intervention you want to submit your proposal. So you have a drop-down list and you choose from there. You have, I already mentioned the abstract and the summary, which is relevant for the proposal. Then you describe the participants. There's a form for each of the participants with organizational data. And there is a budget, which is a summarized budget by partner and by main budget headings. More important now is with the next slide, the application form part B. So you are using a text editor, either Word or a rich text format to write this, and at the end you submit the proposal as a PDF, as far as I understand. So you have a cover page, you have a table of contents. The project summary is taken from part A. Watch out, we have character and page limits. So 120 pages for some, or let's say most of the topics is the limit, but please check carefully because this may be different between different subprograms. So have a very detailed look at the call document where this is referenced. And do not be creative in removing instructions and saving space in this. That will be deducted from your proposal at the end and cut off. So stay within the 120 pages. Even less is sometimes more. So be concise and precise, and do not go beyond that. So under the proposal part B, the next slide, we have 4 main chapters. And you have heard already often the term relevance. When it comes to the policy priorities of the different subprograms, this is the place where you write about how your proposal addresses the various policy priorities. So, often the applicant is being taken away by the idea they have and not considering sufficiently the description of the background, the starting point. So what we call as the pre-operational context, for example. Describe your starting point. Describe from where you start, also in quantitative terms. With this, the independent evaluators understand better how you will also calculate your impacts later on. Then you describe your specific project objectives, and I mentioned already earlier that stay concise, not too many objectives. Try to limit them. Best is one objective which you follow through. Then check that what you are proposing is compliant with the live objectives, and then the specific call topic. and the respective priorities. And you describe then the methodology, the concept and the methodology. How do you want to achieve the objectives with what actions? How do you intend to upscale your results of other EU projects? There was a question on the relation to Horizon Europe, or it gives additional points when your project, for example, is upscaling from other EU funded projects. How are they complementary with other actions? And how they create also synergies with other life priorities, but also with other EU policies beyond life. And in the case of Eleni, her prime objective is to reduce the CO2 emissions and to have, let's say, with electrification of the fleet, and a considerable impact in reducing this. But she also has co-benefits in terms of reducing particulate matters and reducing NOx emissions, in reducing also noise emissions. So this should all be described, which are co-benefits. And because she's contributing to the health of the people there, and maybe even has a positive impact on the employment in her company, she would then also contribute to other policies here. On the right side, what you can see is the award criteria. So I have put the award criteria next to each of the chapters. So you see they're synchronized with the 4 chapters. So the award criterion on relevance, where we look at the objectives, the specific priorities, and the topic descriptions. Very important, the intervention logic, and the synergies. So we go to the next slide, please. Because now here we have a very important criterion. The impact. So for the live projects, the standard action project, we expect from you that you deliver with your project really quantified impacts during the lifetime of the project. We are looking at the ambition of the impacts and we're looking at the credibility of the impacts. So the ambition, of course, we as higher. If your activity is maybe saving 1 ton of CO2 during the lifetime of the project, well, we would need to see, is that something relevant? Is the ambition high enough? You probably would have to justify it. If you come with 100 gigatons of CO2 emission savings, we check very carefully the credibility. Is it really possible that your project will be able to save this enormous amount of CO2 emissions? So keep your ambitions high, but keep them also credible. And Eleni, maybe she has 10 trucks or she has 50 trucks. And if she converts half of them during the lifetime of the project, that could probably be a good ambitious goal and aim, and probably also credible in relation to the budget which she has proposed in this project. At the end of the project, we want to see lasting effects. So we don't want to see Eleni sell all the vehicles and go back to business as usual, or only stay with the plan and not buying the vehicles. No, we want to see them really running on the streets and the field, and they should continue running. So your proposal should describe really how do you ensure the sustainability of your results you are generating during your project. And in particular for projects where you develop something new technology, a new product, we want to see let's say a business plan. We want to see how you get those results, how you go into the market. And to make, because we are talking about European funded projects, so we are not keen in just paying 10 trucks of Eleni. We want to see EU added value of this proposal. So we expect from Eleni that she is sharing her experiences with other hub owners or fleet owners, and maybe in the next step, and she's already preparing for this in the proposal, how she will upscale this the experience which she will generate during the proposal. Don't forget, these impacts are not only described in the part B and in the work packages, they are also referenced then in the part C in the life project indicators. On the right side, again, the equivalent of the award criterion number 2, how we evaluate and assess this chapter. The next slide, please. Now it comes to the next very important part, which is the implementation. And that is often the most tricky part, because the relevance can be described very nicely. The impact can also be described very nicely, but how to get to those impacts and materialize these objectives, you need to describe in a very effective, efficient way and convince the evaluators in how you turn the ideas into real action. So you have the work packages for this. You need to decide on the right number of work packages, how they build upon each other. Each of the work packages has a substructure. You look at the objectives and the results within the work package, the activities and how you divide the work among the partners. You describe the milestones, the deliverables in this, and you also have a timetable. But the implementation is not only about the description of the work plan. You also describe the stakeholders you engage in the process, who is needed, whom do you need to convince, you need to involve, include, and which mechanism you have to include them. Then you certainly will have to have a work package or activities on impact monitoring and the reporting, because you measure your results and you report them to us. And very important, communication, dissemination, and it was already several times mentioned how important the life logo is. The life flag is seen on many photos you see with the partners. You have signboards in the field where you have the life flag. So the communication is key to bring the message to the people, and the people will then also recognize that the LIFE program is a very down-to-earth program, which brings actual benefits to the communities. Again, on the right side, you have the award criterion quality with the respective sub-criteria against we evaluate then your proposal. So next slide, please, which is the fourth chapter on the resources. So the resources is not just about the money, it's about more aspects. First of all, it's the consortium setup. Sorry. Sometimes we are asked, how many partners should we have? Is it better to have many partners or, well, you are the best person to answer this question. Your action needs certain actors, and those ones you should have in your consortium, the ones who are relevant to implement your project. And don't increase artificially your consortium. Don't add a consortium partner from a different country because you may look nice. It will not gain a lot of points. It should be credible. Of course, multinational consortia is something, as long as it fits with your project action, is something to see as preference. But again, the LIFE program allows even single entities to apply, and they can be successful for this. You describe also the project management, and as bigger your consortium is, as more complex your project is, as more detailed description the management needs to have, because we want to be convinced that you're able also to manage the activities you are proposing. Then you describe on green management what you imply within the project, and then we get to the budget. The budget is very important, and we look at the individual budget items, but we also look at the overall value for money, which you see as one of the sub-criteria on the right side. Is very important, and please already start making reference in the work packages to transparently explain if you have, for example, a big subcontract or huge equipment, that you already describe what are the sub items under this, which you are presenting in the proposal. Then there is a chapter on risk management, which you should fill in so that we are ensured that you cover most of the potential risks. Next slide, please. There are more other chapters in the proposal. Declarations, there was a question, should there be letters of support? Yes, I mean, if they are relevant, add them to the proposal. They are looked at. We have then certain annexes, list of previous projects, annual activity reports, and then the detailed budget table. I quickly want to go into this one again. Next slide, please. I already explained in part A, you fill in an overall budget table, but you are also requested to fill in a separate Excel sheet, which is an annex, where you provide the information on staff costs. So you have one field where you indicate the person months you envisage for each of the work packages and each of the partners, but you also provide the approximate staff costs in a table, and then further down you have subcontracting. So if you source out specific tasks to a certain entity, you describe it here. It was already explained in a financial session yesterday. And then you describe the other direct costs, the travel of subsistence. In case you have equipment, including infrastructure, you put down here other goods, works and services, and land purchase. Sorry, financial support to third parties is not anymore applicable, so that needs to be removed from this slide when distributed to you. So now I come to my last part, which is the evaluation process. How do we evaluate the proposals? So you can skip this one, already go to the next one. Just to give you an indication, I mean, particularly for the newcomers, next slide, please. For the newcomers to see the timeline, what you will expect. So in September, we will have the proposal submission, and this applies to all the no, sorry, it's the previous slide, the timeline. Thank you. So we will then evaluate the proposal during December, January. And by beginning of March, we will then notify all the applicants. The ones who are successful and invited for the grant agreement preparation phase will receive the respective notification, and we expect to sign the grant agreements then latest in June 2027, so you can start the projects as of July 27. And this applies, the same timeline also applies for circular economy, quality of life, and and nature biodiversity. Next slide, please. So when we receive your proposal, we carefully check the admissibility. Anything which is submitted after the deadline cannot be taken into consideration. And we still, despite the repetitive recommendation, there are still applicants, they submit during the last minute before the deadline for the first time. Please submit early. You can submit drafts, and you can overwrite the drafts by uploading a new document. And in case something happens just before the deadline, at least the previous draft in your evaluation, even if it's not 100% what you wanted, but at least we would have a basis for evaluation. The forms need to be complete. Everything needs to be complete, readable, not smaller than the indicated font size in the call document, and please respect the page limits. And the next step is that we check the eligibility of your proposal. Are the participants eligible? The consortium composition eligible? Are the activities eligible? And the geographic location, right? Sometimes we receive from an Indian applicant an activity which takes place in Malta. This is not eligible because it's not an eligible participant, or we receive an applicant and proposal from an applicant in Malta doing an activity in India. This is also not eligible. So don't make the effort. So next slide, please. Then we look at the content of your proposal, and this is an important, let's say, table. This is the grid, the award criteria. You have seen already in the previous slides that we have a range of points which we provide to the criteria. So for the first 4 criteria, relevance, impact, quality, and resources, we have maximum 20 points which we provide. You have to reach, or each criterion has to reach 10 points to pass the passing threshold. So that's the minimum you have to get. Please note that for impact, we have a weighting factor of 1.5. So it counts at the end a maximum for 30 points. So we give a strong impact on impact. But when you make the calculation, 4 times 10 points or even 12 points will not get you over the overall threshold line, which is 55. So you have to reach at least 55. So your project, the individual criteria have to be good and very good to pass the overall threshold 55. For some of the or for most of the sub-programs and topics, even that would not give you the funding, because the funding threshold is a range of 65, sometimes even 70, because we have limited budget available. Then further down, we have bonus points we provide. So you can make the calculation that from the main award criteria, there can be maximum 90 points. So each 20 points plus the weighting factor, additional 10 makes 90. And so we have 10 points left for bonus points. And you can get either 0 or 2 bonus points when you have particular synergies, exceptional synergies, live synergies in your proposal, which go beyond what you already are being awarded in award criterion 1. If your proposal takes place in an outermost region or in a particular vulnerable area, you can get also 2 additional points. If the proposal is building or is a result of another EU project, you can also receive 2 additional points. If the proposal has particular catalytic potential, which goes beyond what is already awarded under award criterion 2 impact, you can also get 2 additional points. And then finally, for transnationality, if you have a multinational consortium, you get additional 2 points, but not just because you have an additional partner from, let's say you are a Greek project and you involve a Lithuanian communication partner, that probably will not give you the 2 points. There have to be actions in both countries and credible activities, otherwise you will not get those 2 points. Next slide, please. I promised you to give an overview of success rate. So per year, we receive something in the range of 500 to 700 proposals, increasing. So competition is increasing, so increasing and we expect this also for the next 2 years. So the breakdown of the 3 sub-programs in the range of 120 to 350 proposals, which we expect for each of the sub-programs. And the selection of proposals remains somehow stable because the budget is what we have. So for nature biodiversity, around 170 million, for CQL, around 85 million, for climate action, around 60 million. And that gives for the nature biodiversity something in the range of 20 to 30 projects. Always depends on the size of the budget which we select, which can be between 2 million or even 10 million in exceptional cases. For CQL, a bit of a higher number. For climate action, between 20 and 25 projects which we fund. And EU co-funding, as already indicated, between 60 and 75%. So last slide, because now it's your turn to start looking at the funding and tender portal, because start early, start now. You have heard the lessons from project experience, project coordinators. It requires certain work and also find help in case you're not familiar with the program. Read all the relevant information and consult your national contact points. Focus on your objectives and build a credible intervention logic. Build a relevant, credible consortium. Link your budget to the activities and check whether you really offer value for money. Follow the templates which are provided. Don't fiddle around with them. Don't change them when writing the proposal. Follow the instructions and submit multiple times. Submit multiple times. Submit multiple times to avoid a missed deadline. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention and we are open for questions.
Thank you, Bernd. Excellent presentation. Yeah, in fact, the questions are already coming. And I don't know, Bernd, if you want to moderate this question and answer session, or maybe you're a bit tired and I can read the questions. But first of all, I would like to invite our panelists to join this final question and answer session. Let me see who is online. We have Laszlo Bexi, Head of Sector Nature and Biodiversity. We have Licinia Pereira, our Financial Manager at CINEA. Hi, Licinia. Hi, Laszlo. And well, for now, I don't see other participants, but Bernd, you can cover questions from for the CLIMA for proposal.
Yes.
And I see now Fabio Leone, also Head of Sector for Circular Economy and Quality of Life. And I also welcome Anita Fassio from the Nature and Biodiversity sector. So I think the panel is complete and we can start if the technical team can start showing the questions. Oh, I see also Manuel. Welcome, Manuel, also from the circular economy and quality of life sector. So I think we will try to answer as many questions as possible, but keep in mind that for very specific questions, we would advise you to send your question to the functional mailbox, CINEA-life-enquiries@ec.europa.eu. Yeah, so let's start, and we try to answer. So the most popular question first, it's about KPIs, which I remind you now it's called LPIs, Life Project Indicators. So, okay, I read the question. How many KPIs should the life proposal? Would around 6 to 8 be appropriate? Also, can projects define only project-specific KPIs, or are they required to address the predefined life KPIs? This might be a question, well, it's very general. Who wants to address it? Maybe also from different sectors we can have complementary answers. Maybe Fabio, do you want to start?
Yes, it's well. It's not a matter of numbers. It can be one if the output of the project has an impact on only one. It can be 20 if the project is magnificent and has an impact on several of the endpoints related to the environment. Normally, you see during the application there is a small set of essential KPI. From those KPI, you understand also what does for life matters in terms of output and impact or benefit, environmental, climate, and so on. So you have an idea. Yes, you can create your own, but those are where we do care, where also are policies that cares to impact on those type of endpoint indicators. So take that as a reference, because if you don't have any of the KPI that are listed there, then you may wonder, could be that you still fit, but you may wonder, is my proposal really fitting the objectives of life? So think about that.
Yeah, thank you, Fabio. I don't know if any colleague wants to complement or we move to the next question. So let's move to the next question. In fact, I think it was clear enough. Is there a way to check for value for money in life perspective? Well, Bernd, you were talking about value for money earlier. Maybe you can answer this question.
Well, this is very difficult to answer. I mean, give the proposal to your grandmother and check whether she considers it as value for money. No, jokes aside, I mean, you need to see your activities, and you need to see, are they really in line with what could be expected for such a measure. I mean, you have you look at your impacts. If the impacts are very low and you have a very high budget, either you justify why it is like this, or you need to readjust. So it really depends on the particular individual nature of each of the project. I mean, there's no rule of the thumb or something like this. You have to look at your activities, how you budget them, what the impacts are, what the outreach also is, what you expect in terms of market entry into the market or penetration of market. So all these aspects, they would come together, and against this we will evaluate your proposal.
Yes, thank you. In practical terms, next question, could you explain the difference between replication, sustainability, and upscaling activities? I don't know if Bernd wants to answer, or maybe Fabio.
To give a pause to Bernd, if I can get that. So there are two elements which are, let's say, similar. So And the other one that is related to the activities of scaling up something that you have, a solution that you have developed. Sustainability in this specific case, and the award, the award that you see where you will be against, is to which extent you are going to continue the activities, the output of the project after the end of the subvention or the support of life. So the continuation can take a form of continuation, and this continuation can also take form either during the project or after the project in terms of replication. Upscaling is indeed a sort of, if you replicate somehow, you upscale, but in the terminology we use in the call, it's more the scaling up of the solution that you have developed and you want with life to bring it to industrial level. You bring it to near established solution with a scale that is bringing relevant output and impacts.
Yes, I think it's clear enough.
Maybe I would add, sorry,
yeah, you want to complement, of course.
Yeah, regarding nature, and we have discussed heavily the issues of protection, which is again one form of sustainability of the project results, to maintain in long term that all the works done to restore a habitat or save a species or improve the conservation status is maintained in the long term. So that's again an aspect of sustainability.
Yeah, sure.
So giving the appropriate protection to the targeted site or sites.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think you complemented the question very well. So I think maybe this next question might be for Bernd, because he was mentioning this in his presentation. What is sufficient transnational activities to get the bonus points? If the project activities happen equally in two countries, is that enough? Well, you addressed it already a bit in your presentation.
Well, I would say yes. It depends, again, a little bit on the project context, but the different sub-programs may have a little bit of a different approach to this. I mean, I'm speaking for climate action. I mean, there could be a model of a leading and follower approach that demonstrated in one country and then within the project replicated then in a different country or different countries. So that could be one way, or two local authorities in a cross-border effort, let's say in the Silesia or in, let's say, Polish, Czech, German area, local authorities working together on resolving air quality problems, for example, or something else. So this I would consider as truly a transnational nature. But maybe Laszlo, you have something in addition with nature and biodiversity projects?
Yeah, it's a bit similar. I mean, it makes sense to work. I mean, there should be a link, a necessity to work in the other country, not just work for its own sake. So, for example, in the case of migratory species, of course, it makes sense to work in more than one country, while in other cases, just to get the bonus points artificially, that's we usually detect it and we can identify it was not really needed. Right.
Thanks. So the next question,
Eva,
yes.
I mean, also something important to mention
Yes,
that
go
is
on,
something
Manuel.
exceptional. So it's like it's exceptional, and therefore they need to explain properly. Otherwise, it's not easy that we will grant the point. So yeah.
Yes, bonus points must be earned. It's not granted. Okay, so next question. What does life synergies mean exactly? Synergies between ongoing projects or synergies between sub-programs? So who wants to take this question? Laszlo or Bernd?
We have discussed there was a question in the previous session
Yeah,
regarding
I think so.
the nature versus climate objectives. So, which is a good example of synergy. So we look at the synergies between the topics life can normally fund. So, for example, synergy between a nature project and with climate benefits as well. But it's again not automatic. You have to explain how it is. You have to monitor it, not just say, well, it's good for climate, good for flood prevention. You have to actually monitor what benefits you achieve also in those other areas. I'm not sure if Anita wants to add or colleagues.
No, I don't.
It's
really
clear.
Much, yeah. To add.
Okay, so let's move on to the next question. So it sounds like a financial question, but maybe different colleagues can give their point of view. How much budget, percentage of full budget will the LIFE program accept is allocated to communication and community engagement activities? Could it be 20% of the full budget? Yeah, who can reply? I don't think there is a strict limitation. We have a lot of flexibility there, right?
Yes, depends on the project.
Depends on the type of project.
It can be a lot if it's a governance or organizing project. It can be less. I mean, it depends on you, not on us.
Okay, fair enough. Thanks, Fabio. So next question about the application template. Is there a template we can download for the part B technical description before submitting it in PDF? Well, I think
Yes.
the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Just go to the funding and tender portal, go through the individual steps, and you can download such a part B. I mean, of course, you will have to insert already a PIC number, probably. Fabio, maybe you are more conversant with the individual steps.
Indeed, you have to at least, well, I think don't even, because in the moment you do apply, it opens you a page in which you need to introduce who would be the partner. And I think you can straight, rather than start introducing your text, straight on the left side, there is the link to download the package, the application package. If they don't allow you, then you probably need to have a PIC, but PIC doesn't need to be validated, so you just create a PIC very quickly.
Okay.
Yes, sorry, and I think in the funding and tender portal, without starting the application, you can find the
PDF version, yes.
The PDF version, yes. Although, yeah, I think only if you start the application, you can download the whole package. Actually, yes, indeed, that's what you said, Fabio.
Yeah, thanks for complimenting, Anita. So next question. If the project involves the development of a product for commercialization, what are the possible activities for replication and exploitation? Who wants to take this question?
This is clear circular economy.
No, it can be
Fabio, I'm sorry, it's for you.
I mean, it can also be climate. It depends on the. If in general, if you have a product, then you have a market, then you want to sell this product, you have certain clients or sectors when you want to sell, countries. This is also the replication in terms of in terms of a product is maybe selling in 4 countries, in 10 countries, having the infrastructure to be able to do that. Just to underline, we are not a commercialization program, so you are not just for that. I mean, it's as you know, we do support the development, the implementation, the initial commercializations of your product that you have developed, but we would stop there. We can't simply.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. So the next question is general. So anyone can reply. I think. What are the main reasons behind projects failing? For example, which evaluation criteria receive in average poorer evaluations? Well, I don't know if it's clear. Well, I suppose they want to know what are the main drawbacks or reasons why a project may fail, but might be a very long answer or a very short answer.
Can be all of them, of course. I try to highlight that impact is very important. I mean, to have credible impacts during the lifetime of the project. But I mean, from our experience, the most tricky part is how to translate this into concrete actions. Sometimes then the proposal weakens when it comes to the description of the individual work packages, how the intervention logic is put together. That's often a factor. Sometimes also that we do not know enough about the pre-operational context. Are the permits in place, or are you going to struggle with this? So, I mean, there is more than just saying there is one or the other aspect which would make a proposal fail. So it can be a combination of several aspects.
Yeah, of course. A good proposal must be good in all aspects and try to check all the boxes and to get a good score in all the criteria, ideally. Next slide. Sorry, next question. Still kind of general on the application. Is it advisable that the application, the flow text document, include infographics and other data visualization elements, or is text only preferred? Maybe.
No, please include infographics. I mean, for nature biodiversity, please correct me. I mean, it's even mandatory to have maps included. I mean, a picture is more than 1,000 words. So I mean, but don't make the mistake that you put the picture and then you describe in all detail. So it should be something which really complements and makes your proposal better understandable for the external evaluators and to convince them. But maybe Anita.
Yeah. Yes, for nature biodiversity. Indeed, you should submit maps and description of species and habitats, but there are separate annexes for that. In part B, you can include infographics, of course, but beware not to take too much space because there's a maximum of 120 pages. But you can, the maps are to be annexed separately. You should not put the maps inside part B. It would take too much space anyway.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. So the next question, it's still about the application form. Where should the associated partners be listed? Well, I think there is a part on project partners in Form A, right?
Yes. So it's in Form A, and you indicate them as associated partners.
Yes.
And
Thank you.
don't forget to synchronize it with the detailed budget table also. In case in case it's relevant.
Yes, I think it's complete answer. Thanks. Next question. How can we calculate the impact FTE in the LPI section? So the LPI section is Form C. Impact FTE. Do you mean full-time equivalent?
Full-time equivalence, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So the staff. Is there's an LPI about that? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, it's an estimation of how many full-time equivalents the project will generate. I mean, you develop a new technology, you need people for the new technology, and this is what you would propose. And because you also look into the future. You may replicate, or you may upscale, because the upscaling would take place probably in your fund. For this, you will need more people, and this you would indicate into the LPI section, respective LPI section. And again, as higher as better, but it has to be credible.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe
yeah,
Eva,
yeah.
if I may, there is
Yes,
also under the LIFE website, under the support to applicant section, there is also a video presentation on the LPI guidance that can help also the applicant to understand how they can fill the specific part. And I'm not sure the exact answer to the question is included, but at least it's an overall guidance. Thanks.
Yeah, you're right, Nadia. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, there is a lot of guidance in the site, in the funding and tender portal. You can check it out, and we think that you will find a lot of useful guidance also on LPIs there. Can I see the next question? So if we represent the project for a second time, do we have to ask all the support letters again to stakeholders, or can we keep the ones from the previous application? Who can answer this question?
How can we be sure that those stakeholders still provide the support for the new application? That would be my first question, if I would be an evaluator. But maybe the others may complement.
I think, yeah, indeed, probably the experts. We have to consider that someone will read these proposals and will wonder why this proposal is at certain dates and is still valid. So if you are sure and you've checked that you still have this support, you should mention it clearly in the proposal, just to clarify that, so the expert knows that, okay, we have a certain letter, but this is still valid now. The important is to be transparent and explain. Whenever you have this type of question yourself, you have to explain it in the proposal.
Yes, and of course also remember that the proposal is assessed as such, not based on the previous submission. So the expert could be also different from the previous submission, and will of course assess based on what is written. And if the letters are very outdated, then that could be an issue indeed.
Thank you. Next question is, what exactly is meant by dissemination? How does it differ from communication? Who can answer this question? Maybe Laszlo or Fabio?
I can give it a try. I think communication
thanks.
is a much broader term than dissemination. Dissemination is the dissemination of your project results, while communication is a much wider, including from TV to in-person events to all kinds of ways of communication. So it's I think just one subset, dissemination. I don't know if colleagues would add anything to this.
Yeah, I think just to complement which was just said, in fact, it's the objective and the target audience of a communication, as Laszlo was mentioning, is usually wider, is usually the general public, is the visibility of the project, but also of the program, while the dissemination has a target of really explaining and showcases and sharing the impact and the result of the project to a more specific audience, like peers, for example, the scientific community or the community of the practitioner in this specific field. So I think it could be also other businesses. So it's really a different objective on how you share your information and the project.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia, for
And
complementing.
additionally,
Thank you.
also it's important. I mean, in communication, this is not only external communication but also internal communication. How you are going to communicate internally in the consortium. I think that this is also important, and that you can plan that activities also.
And thanks also to Manuel for complimenting. It's always good to hear from different voices. Next question is, what are the most common pitfalls applicants make when explaining the European added value of their CEQL projects during the evaluation phase? Any tips for demonstrating this European added value? I'm afraid this is for Fabio.
Well, you are addressing certain European priorities in terms of the reduction of impacts or improvements in environmental performance of product, services, and organizations. So you have to think of that. Also, there is a space dimension. So is it it's just impacting on a very limited extent? Does it involve other countries? Also, this is European added value. So if your solution is applicable, replicable in other contexts, in other European countries, so bring the benefit to fruition to also others. It's indeed a combination of several different elements, from targeting European policies to having a European dimension of your project, not too localized. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Fabio. And the next question, could you get bonus points for transnationality if you are a single beneficiary with an affiliated entity in another country, and when you implement actions with the help of the affiliated entity in several countries? This might be for Bernd, or who wants to try?
In principle, I mean, I can also give a try. In principle, is an eligible. I mean, it will be fulfilling the criterion of transnationality if there are concrete activities in those countries. So they need to be concrete activity in other countries. So that is the main borderline here. Yeah.
But just to add, if activities take place in countries where you don't have a partner or an affiliate in, that could be a borderline case.
Yeah.
So we would ask the question, why is there no partner in those other countries involved?
Yeah. The ideal case is to have both partners and concrete activities in those countries. Yes. It's the essence of the bonus. It's exceptional for that reason. It's not given to, there are very few projects that are getting into that bonus. So rather than be concerned about the bonus, I think you should be more concerned about the other criteria. This is just the tip where very extremely excellent projects do receive this, but not many.
Yeah, thank you, Fabio and Bernd and Manuel. Now, the next question, this might be again for Fabio. Is there a percentage threshold or cap for project management costs? And if so, what limits apply under this call? Maybe also Licinia can answer.
I think I can take it.
Okay, go on.
I think it's more a technical question because we get this very often. The others maybe complement. I mean, there was once upon a time, let's say, where we said something like between 10 and 15% is more or less the range of what you would budget for management costs, project management costs. But this depends very much on the setup of the proposal. If it's a mono beneficiary and you have 30% of project management, I mean, it would be a big question mark. If you have a consortium, I mean, we have sometimes consortia with 30 or 40 different partners. probably would need certainly more efforts for management than with a small consortium. If it's cross-border, a multi-country consortium, is also different. It also depends on the activities. So again, try to be reasonable. Try to check what is actually needed to manage your consortium, and also in terms of the reporting. If it's a long-term project, what are your reporting periods? What kind of internal reporting are you implying? What do you fix in your consortium agreement with your partners in getting feedback? What is the complexity in terms of the deliverables you are submitting, which do not directly come out of the individual work packages? So, I mean, there are many factors which come in when budgeting the project management costs.
Yeah, thank you, Bernd. And the next question, I think everybody wants to have an answer to this question. What does it take for a project to receive funding? Does this depend on the quality of other applications, or is it depending on the minimum score? Does the threshold change each year, or is it fixed? Who can answer this question?
Well, I provided a slide on the success rate. I mean, the threshold is fixed. I mean, you can read this also in the multi-annual work program. But we have a funding threshold that's probably more interesting for you. I mean, despite the ones who are passing the 55 threshold but not receiving a grant, you get a seal of excellence, but it's difficult. I mean, an additional effort to do something with it. So you're probably more interested in the funding threshold. Yes, this one is changing each of the year because it depends on the number of good proposals selected, the quality of the proposals, and the available budget which we have in each of the sub-programs. And as said, we have, I mean, sometimes 10 or even 20 projects in the reserve list. They are good enough to be funded, but the funding is not available. I don't know whether this answers the question or whether others would like to come into that one.
Maybe, well, the short answer is if you had the maximum for each of the award criteria, you certainly have very high chances to be financed. So that's your point. You need to do your best, and this depends also on the level of ambition of your project. You do your best to target the award criteria that were already explained to you. That's there is no magic solution. It's the quality of your proposal, and of course, if everyone does like you, then the competition rises, and it's more difficult.
Yes, indeed. I would skip the next question because we have already answered it. And then we have another question on evaluation. During evaluation, is there a limit on number of projects funded per EU country? For example, if there's 25 Italian projects and only one from Estonia, does this have some impact?
The projects are only evaluated based on quality, not.
Yeah. So in this case, it can be 25 Italian projects that are funded if they're all excellent quality and above the funding threshold. So it's another story. Next question. Can you please tell us if there is a minimum budget below which the company might not win the tender? Well, it's not a tender, but anyway. For example, you accept only proposals from a certain budget amount or more. I think
this
the
is
answer is
financial
no.
viability. I think this is something for CINEA to answer.
I don't think so. If I can see the question again, I think this is about proposals. So if a proposal has to have a minimum amount of EU funding that it's requested, I don't think it's connected to subcontracting or tendering. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. I mean, there is no minimum, to be short. However, if you listen to the examples of projects, if you look at the past project being financed, you will have an idea please consult the project database. You have the listing of all the projects from the past years. You will have an idea on more or less the size. There is no minimum, there is no maximum. Of course, as was explained also before, impact plays a role. And to bring impact, you need to implement. To do implement, you need to invest. And certainly a small project may be limited unless it's really a revolutionary solution, may have limited impact.
Thank you. So the next question, is it possible to cover the 40% of own costs with personnel? Maybe this is for Licinia.
Yes, I think this one is for me. Thank you, Eva. I would just take the opportunity because yesterday we had some questions which we were not able to reply. And we had a look at some of them that were quite repeating and quite well voted. So I would just take the opportunity, if you allow me, to reply to some of them. So first of all, I would like to confirm that indeed financial reporting for the new program in relation to the legacy is much simpler. So if your problem is to convince your partners or your organization in applying for the new program, then please go ahead. I can give you several, or I could give you several examples, but we don't have the time. But the general reply is that yes, it is quite simplified, not just in reporting, but also in the application, any possible amendments, etc. Then I'd like to reply on some questions on the certificate on financial statement, the audit, when is it necessary? So the threshold is equal or above 500,000 euros. This amount is EU contribution, okay, and it's requested. So if in your application you plan to request equal or above this amount, then you should foresee a CFS. This is per beneficiary, and this is also per affiliated entity. And the EU contribution is calculated by multiplying the funding rate by the total costs, including the 7% indirect costs. That's another one. Another one is on travel and subsistence costs. Please indicate all the travel and subsistence costs, including those for volunteers, if you have any. These are eligible in the travel and subsistence cost, unless they are separately invoiced with, for example, the organization which is also charging you for renting or the catering. Then it would be in the C3, other goods, works, and services. For the volunteer, reporting documents can be, for example, timesheets or the contract or agreement that you will be most probably having with the volunteers. The associated partners will be indicated in the Annex 1 detailed budget, but only in the staff effort section because they are budget neutral. They will not claim costs and they will not have any EU contribution, either directly or through the other partners in the consortium. So the other partners cannot pay costs for them and then claim this EU contribution. So associated partners are really budget neutral. And just a small precision also, financial support to third parties are not allowed for the vast majority of the calls. However, they are allowed for the set empower call. Okay, just to give you a little bit more precision on that. And if you still allow me just 1 minute, there was a question on the salary components and on the accrual. So any salary component that you will take into consideration, be it the Christmas pay or the holiday pay, if your accounting takes it accruals, so per month, then it's very easy to calculate. You just take the cost for the month. If, however, this is not the case, then you should calculate it for the entire year and then apply it to the months where you are going to you're going to work for the project. Let me see if I'm missing anything else. There was a question on the financial capacity for the private coordinators. So you will only undergo this assessment if your proposal is selected for funding, not before. However, if you want to have information on that, you can click on the link in my presentation yesterday where you can do a self-assessment. And there you already have an idea, am I okay or not? Okay. So CFS I have counted. So the detailed budget is, you can download the template and then you will have to fill it in and upload it. So on the particular question, I will come back to it now. Is it possible to cover 40% of own costs with personnel? So of course you will have to bring in the rest of the co-funding. So we will be covering, for example, in this cost 60%, and you will need to cover 40%. Yes, you can have this contribution with the personnel costs if you are, of course, paying for them. And for the new program, very important, you will only be requested to provide information on how you are ensuring the rest of the funding for the projects you are applying in the overall budget. After that, if your project is selected for funding, we will not be requesting information on this, neither at reporting, not at the final report. So very important on that. The only thing that you will have to report on this side is if you have any revenue. So if you sell something and you make a revenue, there you have to declare it. Otherwise, it's not requested for the new program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Licinia, for clarifying all these financial aspects of the application and for answering so many financial questions. So I hope this was satisfactory for all the people who sent the questions, and I think it was very important for many of our applicants. So let's move on. In the meantime, unfortunately, Fabio had to leave, and maybe Anita also will have to leave. So we will have a reduced panel. However, we will keep questions open for another few minutes, but at a certain point we will have to close because we have to finish the session at 4:45 according to the planning. So let's take some more questions. The next one is this one. In the case of resubmissions, do the evaluators get access to the previous year proposal and or the ESR?
I can take this.
Yes.
Maybe also with the question which is further below on the application.
Yes, if it is a reapplication and I have made improvements, this one. You can answer both if you can.
Yeah, I can take both.
Yes, great, thanks.
So in the evaluation is done every year with evaluators who are not necessarily the same evaluators in the previous year. And we do not provide any information to the evaluators related to the previous evaluation. So each proposal is evaluated against the criteria. And obviously, this could lead to somehow different results. I mean, we ensure that we have high quality external evaluators. But as in other places, the scores could differ slightly higher or lower for such proposals. So the answer is no. I mean, of course, we from CINEA side, we do a check and compared to the previous proposal, what has changed compared to the previous proposal, and we also discuss this during the evaluation process. So yes, we make a comparison, but in the beginning, the independent experts, they evaluate the proposal as it is written. And my colleague Anita made a similar comment related to the support letters. So better to have a complete proposal which is actual and contains all the information. Then with you receive with the evaluation summary report, you receive recommendations from our side. You will never receive from our side an encouragement for resubmission because we cannot be sure whether your proposal in the following year is still relevant or whether it has improved. Sometimes it has not improved because partnership may have changed and may not be as relevant anymore than in the previous year. So again, there are several factors which do not necessarily mean that your score will improve compared to a previous year just because you have followed what has been written in an ESR. The ESR is just a summary. It is called summary, and the proposal is much more wider, much more complex normally. So it's you cannot take it for granted that just because of following some recommendations, you will receive higher scores. Laszlo, maybe from the nature side, you may have also, you are confronted with this of resubmissions. I mean, we receive in the range of 20–30% of proposals are resubmissions from previous years.
That is true, but maybe Anita can also react to this.
I think Anita had to leave, right?
Yeah, no, I'm still here.
You're still here.
But I have to leave in 1 minute. Yes, but I think the resubmission rate maybe is slightly higher on the nature and biodiversity. But yes, I have nothing to add. I think Ben was rather thorough.
Okay, so let's move to the next question. This about artificial intelligence. Is AI involved in selection process at all? Who can answer this question?
Not to my knowledge.
No.
No,
I don't think so.
It's not included. We are not using artificial intelligence, and I mean, independent experts are not using artificial intelligence to evaluate proposals.
Yeah, that was clear and straight. So this question might be for Anita or for Laszlo. For large life nature proposal, more than 10 million euros, what concrete aspects of the proposal are assessed more critically compared to smaller projects, for example, in terms of impact quantification, cost justification, or replication potential? Or I see Gustavo also in your team, but yeah, go on, Laszlo.
Yeah, I can give an attempt to it. Definitely the budget would be very carefully checked that there are no big lump sums, so you don't include, I don't know, 2 million euro for something without any justification and explanation. But of course, also the impact, the scale of the project, the ambition in all terms. So yeah, so there is an enhanced check. Not that we don't do similar checks for smaller projects, but here it's an even stricter check of the value for money element, etc. Don't know if Gustavo, you would like to add something?
Yeah, I can complement a little bit. For bigger budget proposals, we expect like an effect on the economies of scale. So we have a bigger amount. So if you compare two projects, one with 5 million and another with 10 million, the impact should actually be even bigger than double. It's like you are doing many more things. And also in terms of the replication potential, there are many activities involved, so we expect more.
Yeah, thank you, Laszlo, and thanks, Gustavo, for complimenting. This is a question for CINEA. Financial issue. Could personal costs be included as in-kind contributions at the submission level? can they be considered as costs?
So in-kind contributions are budget neutral. That means you can have them. You can have contributions from third parties which are in-kind, but they cannot be translated into the budget. You can, of course, have personal costs, and as long as they really constitute a cost for you, that means that you pay these costs, then they can be included, but not as in-kind contributions. The only exception we have is volunteers, of course. You can have volunteers if allowed in the call, but you will not be paying volunteers. Okay, they are really volunteers. They work on a non-compulsory base, and there is no bank transfer, no payment to them. And they are considered personal costs, but not in-kind contributions.
Yeah, thank you, Licinia. I forgot to mention that the questions are closed, so you can't post questions anymore, but we will keep on answering questions for another 5 minutes. So the next question is, do you need signed co-funding declarations at proposal submission? Who can answer this question?
Well, the question is no.
The answer is no.
No. You don't need a co-funding declaration unless rules have changed in nature biodiversity, but
No, I can confirm it was Cancer's previous requirement. It was requested in previous calls, but not anymore.
Not anymore. Okay, good. I think this comes as good news for many applicants. So the next question, while we are new with the LIFE program, how could we refer to projects from previous calls to generate synergies? Is there a list somewhere? Well, I would refer you to the LIFE project database that you can find easily. Also, you find a link from CINEA website. So LIFE projects are there in the LIFE project database. And for more recent projects, you can also have a look at the project's results in the funding and tender portal. I don't know if anyone wants to add something.
Maybe just to add that if you come to previous projects, it's maybe more the uptake of results of previous project that could be more relevant than synergies with past projects.
Okay.
And don't be shy.
Yeah, to explain how you build on preceding projects, let's say from Horizon or from other relevant strands, and explain, not just list such project, but to explain how you make actual use of whatever you take up from those projects.
And don't be shy to contact your national contact points at the respective ministries, because they usually have quite depth knowledge of what kind of projects are ongoing in your member state.
Yeah, that's also a good idea. Thank you. So, question, consortium with beneficiaries in one member state and the other member state represented by associated partners is still considered transnational? I think we kind of replied this question already. We have answered already, so can we skip it? Is it important to fill 120 pages? Normally in a proposal, we complete up to 40, 50 pages. Well, I suppose it's okay. It depends on the project, really. Very big projects can go up to 120, but it doesn't have necessarily be so long. But sorry, go on if you want to answer, Bernd.
No, you are fully right. I mean, you have to describe and convince the external evaluators about your proposal. Do it on 40 pages or 120. This is really up to you.
Yeah, thanks. Another few questions. Please bear with us another couple of minutes. Could you please give an overview of the global success rate for standard action projects in the last years, possibly differentiating for sub-program? You need a lot of figures.
Well, the starting point can be my second last slide.
You gave some.
You have the approximate numbers of submissions and the approximate numbers of what we have funded. and that gives you the success rate.
Yeah,
and it depends also a bit between the topics, I have to say.
Yeah, just let me remind participants that you will be able to get all these slides and the recordings of these events by going to the website where you registered for the event as of next week, so pretty soon. So just look there for the information. Next question. Is monitoring coupled with citizen science and public sensitization eligible for a threatened species for which not much data are available in the first place? In short, is monitoring considered conservation? This might be for Gustavo.
Yes, well, I can answer. By what is described, it probably won't be a project in itself, but an activity within a project. So I think it will be very important to see which topic this could relate it, and see the objectives and the scope, and try to put together a project within in which could be included.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe just to complement that, monitoring on its own would not be considered as, so if you only do monitoring, that would not fit because you don't achieve any impact if you don't act on the results of your monitoring. So also kind of remind that life is not supporting research in principle, only to the degree that is needed for the project implementation, and this would be monitoring on its own would be kind of just research without any real conservation actions.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, time is up. So I don't know if colleagues want to stay for another couple of questions, or do we wrap up? Yeah, I think everybody's tired. So thank you very much for staying with us until the end of this question and answer session. And I would like to thank all the panelists, and thank all our colleagues in the Slido back office who were selecting and publishing the questions for us. And also, of course, I would like to thank all the participants who were very active in sending us questions. And I would like to wish you all the best for your proposal preparation and submission. And yeah, hope that you are lucky also with the evaluation. Yeah, you will have some chances of getting funded for your project. So I would like to say goodbye. And first, before I forget, sorry, can you please give us a last evaluation on Slido by telling us if you are satisfied with the information you have received in this final session. And I would also like to remind you that tomorrow, Thursday, 30 April, there will be on the clean energy transition call. So anybody who's interested, please join that session tomorrow as of 9 a.m. That will be with the clean energy transition team in CINEA. So don't forget that we have a functional mailbox that it's showing here, cinea-life-inquiries@ec.europa.eu. And of course, if your question wasn't answered, don't hesitate to send it to us, and we will reply as soon as possible. So all the best. Thanks a lot, and see you soon. Bye-bye. Oh, and don't forget the one-to-one networking meetings that you can already start doing now for setting up consortia and for starting to prepare your project. Good luck. Bye bye.